Hey everybody, it's Bust with Battles with Bust number 539, and today we're doing battle in the Runeterra Open. And so, as we say at the beginning of all of our best of 3 videos, if you're wanting to see any of the decks here in a little bit more depth, you can scroll backwards through the channel. We've covered off on individual videos on all of these decks, some of them multiple times. As far as the gameplay goes, if you're not wanting to hear our upcoming best of 3 thoughts, you can jump on ahead to the games. We're going to be playing Teemo, Norra, Elder Dragon. We're going to be playing Gnar, Zed, Overwhelms, and then we're also going to be playing Jinx, Kennen. And so we've covered off on my main thoughts for this format in the previous video. To give you a touch of a recap in case you don't follow us day to day, I feel like this is a format to where it's not a good idea to bring both the Elder Dragon and Morgana within the same deck. I feel like both champions are exceptionally powerful, and there are exceptionally good decks for both champions, regardless of if you want to play on the aggro, the mid-range, the control, the OTK style of deck. Whatever you want to do, those champions fit within those decks nicely. And if you're bringing them together within the Formidables deck, then you're just getting kind of blocked out by a bunch of different strategies. And so if your opponent's strategy is to ban Morgana, if you're playing Morgana Mordekaiser, then you still have the Elder Dragon somewhere else. But if you're playing Morgana, Galio, Elder Dragon, and they just play the ban Morgana strategy, then you lose out on 2 extremely high quality champions. And so that was my main idea, my main thought in the format is you want those split apart. You don't want to be playing Formidables. I have been kind of preaching the idea of just picking either Morgana or Elder Dragon and just banning those out as you see fit. But I feel like with our lineup and the way things are kind of playing themselves out these days, we're really looking to be in the space of actually just banning the Shadow Isles champion. And so if they bring Mordekaiser, basically that's where the ban is likely to go. So if they're playing Morgana Mordekaiser, we're going to ban it. If they're playing Viego Mordekaiser Elder Dragon, we're going to ban that. If they don't have any of the kind of obnoxious removal heavy Shadow Isle style of decks, then we can kind of fall back to that idea of banning out the Formidables. But I really have no desire whatsoever to play against those ultra grindy control decks coming from Shadow Isles, and I don't think that we're going to be in a space to where there's 2 of those packed within the same lineup, so I think we're fairly safe in that angle. Last but not least, the final ideas that I have with this lineup is I really intended to bring Morgana. I was getting very close to having the 3rd Morgana deck as I wanted it, probably Morgana Bandle City, but there's options to play, say, Morgana Yordles out of Targon with Zolanis. There's option to play Morgana with the remaining Yordles in Champion Strength. You can play Morgana with Tristana and go that route. There's a lot of ideas that I felt like were very close to working, but I just didn't have the time to get it together. It's a very frustrating moment right now to try and test out some of these decks, right? If you're wanting to take this ban Morgana strategy into best of 3, you get 1 gauntlet for the day and you're done, and then you get to go back to the ladder to where you play against Morgana Formidables 50% of the time, and then the other remaining like 10% of the time are the other Morgana decks. And so it's very frustrating to try and test those decks because so much of your time is just spent playing against matchups you'll never play against. And so with that frustration out of the way, the last kind of thought and idea we have on this format is what I typically like to look at in best of 3 is what is the 3rd decks we're trying to play against, right? I don't really like coming in with the idea that we're just going to try and target down the best deck. If there was some kind of lineup that was extremely good at targeting down Morgana Elder Dragon, you're still not going to play it with enough frequency to feel like that targeted lineup is going to carry you far, right? If you play it in 75% of your matchups and you win 75% of those, you're still dropping some losses to it, and then you're still just not playing against it sometimes. And so I really kind of like to focus in on the bans on the high quality targets and then ask ourselves what are the 3rd decks we're going to commonly see. And so I think the most common 3rd decks in this format are going to be Karma Sett, the PNZ amongst the control deck lovers, and then Teemo Yuumi amongst the aggro folks. And so as we've kind of developed our lineup, we've kept those 2 decks in mind as being things that we're going to try and target down and be effectively good against. And so we're not going to be good against all of the Morganas. We're not going to be good against all of the Elder Dragons. We're going to have serviceable matchups there to where they're not spectacular, but they're most certainly winnable. And then we're going to look to focus on the 3rd decks for the day. And so, to bring up the lineup itself, to talk about it for just a moment, we have Gnar Zed. We've covered off on this one multiple times over the course of the past couple of weeks. I really do not like the Elusives version of this deck. I do not think it is very good. And so, here we play the Overwhelms version of this. I love the Overwhelms and how they stack and how they work with things like Will of Ionia and Empyrean Dance. I'm quite happy with this version of the deck. And so, this is our, kind of Gnar-based offering for the day. It does have a few ways to come in and deal with the likes of Elusives and stuff, with the Omen Hawks in here and the Scholarly Pioneers capable of doing some challenging or some blocking. Windseeker also being a kind of surprise elusive on the day. But the big update that we play here amongst all of the Overwhelms is going to be the Stage Hand. It's not something you typically see in this style of deck, but to me it plays fantastically here, just being able to stun the opponent's biggest unit, take away some of their opportunity to block our Overwhelms with high health, and then get a very strong, aggressively oriented attack in. Quite happy with this deck. Up next, we have our Teemo Norra Elder Dragon deck. If you're taking this kind of thing to the ladder, ideally you would just play Gnar over Norra, but we don't have access to Gnar in both decks, and Norra still fits in here fine. I'm quite happy with this deck having access to the elusive Sett between Teemo, Norra, and Bandle Commando, so it really helps up against the other Teemo matchups. And then the really go wide nature of this style of deck is something that can give the Karma Sett deck some fits. The big thing that plays out in this Elder Dragon deck is Genevieve. I have been exceptionally happy with Genevieve in these Elder Dragon decks. I am probably most surprised in this format that Genevieve hasn't seen more play. She is absolutely bonkers to me. You don't need the card draw that you would get off of, say, in Thousand Tailed. By the time the game gets to that state, we typically still have like 5 or 6 cards in our hand, and the game's wrapping up anyways. But having Scout on this unit and stuff like Scout Tough is exceptionally strong, and I've loved Genevieve here quite a bit. Now, last but not least, we're playing Jinx Kennen. This is not where I wanted to be. I was wanting this to be in the space of a Morgana deck. If you were expecting Morgana Udyr, I really do apologize that we didn't bring it. I just couldn't get into a happy space with that deck. And again, I feel like there is the place for a Morgana deck here. I tested out some Morgana Kennen. I tested out some Morgana Tristana. I tested out some Morgana with Zolani, and I just couldn't get enough matches in because it's so fucking frustrating to be like, okay, I need to play against stuff that isn't Formidables. Cool, I queue into Formidables. And I just wasn't able to get that together and get that down. And so what we did, I just went to Legna's site, the LLORR-stats.com site. I went and found the decks that had positive matchups against both Karma Sett and Teemo Yuumi, and Jinx Kennen fits that bill. Now, the Jinx Kennen win rate against those decks is a little high. It looks like it's supposed to typically be around like 60% or so, and that's just not the way that this deck typically functions. I think that these aggro-style decks need to kind of put the Zed idea in there as to where Zed just accidentally wins a bunch of games and makes the deck look better than it is against people that aren't super familiar with playing against it. Same thing applies to Jinx Kennen. It's not a superstar slam dunk of a matchup as you would want it to be, but it should still be fairly positive. And so that's the lineup, that's the strategy, those are the decks. Before we go into battle, though, you know what we got to do? We got to pay that pay-to-win price. And so the thing that I was looking at, so we've got all these Yordles, right? And I was wanting to make sure all the Yordles were premiumed out as much as they could be. Teemo is skinned. Norra doesn't have a skin, so we got that. Kennen is skinned here, as you can see. That only leaves us over here with this Gnar. I've been looking to get Arcade Gnar for a long time. Finally, we get to come out and drop those dollars on this one. Our Yordles are fully loaded, but I feel like I haven't really done enough today, so we're going to go and level up Darkstar Zed as well, get those bomb-ass animations coming through all of our games. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty good right now. Always feels good to pay to win just a little bit. And so we got Gnar, we got Kennen, we got Teemo, we got some other Yordles in here like Norra. Feeling pretty good about that. Let's jump on in, get to battle. Man, it feels weird not having buys in these things. It's strange to come in and have to play the all 9 rounds out here. But nonetheless, very reasonable lineup for us. We have the Karma Sett, which we're looking to play against. We have the Teemo Yuumi, which we're looking to play against. This is a very straightforward ban onto Norra Elder Dragon. Let's see if we can't get ourselves a good first match kick things off in a strong fashion. Okay. Yeah, the way I typically look to combat down things like Karma Sett is either with width or with stat boosting. And we get most of that across the board here. We get a lot of width out of the Yordle's deck. I like the stat boosting stuff that comes out of Freylord, but man, that Morgana deck is where I was really hoping to make some magic happen, but just wasn't quite able to get enough games in. Let me get a tracker up here. Where are you at? Runeterra.ar. Shit, trying to load it up. There we go. All right, so up against, it's Seraphine Sett, not Karma Sett. It's still essentially the same thing, though. Let's hang on to Teemo here for the early game. I don't think we need to hang on to both. If he has a burn spell to take down our turn 1 Teemo, it's not the end of the world. And without Bandle City, it's fairly tough to do anyways. Now, there is some argument that since we did just pick up the Bandle City Mayor, you can get very mana effective and then look to just play Teemo for free on turn 3, but I do really like getting these puff caps in the deck in this matchup. If like this Teemo goes unanswered for a few turns, it's very easy for him to generate an extra 3 or 4 points of damage across the course of the game.
Cup of tea? Fine by me.
All right, so we'll get Norra in now. Going to look to open attack next turn. We'll see what we draw, see if that changes our mind, but it's going to be pretty tough to have removal spells for both of our units, and we're not going to be attacking with Bandle City Mayors here. And so this at least gets around something like Aftershock, right? So he can still have Concussive Palms, he can have bounce spells, he can have Mystic Shots, he can have High Notes, whatever, but this does limit High Note, especially on a turn when Bandle City Mayor is not attacking. Say something's gonna come in. Mystic Shot onto Teemo, sure thing. Get that portal in the deck. Alright, Bandle City Mayor, what you turning up? No real need for Grumble Slugs here. We're not going to be casting spells anytime soon. I think we have enough top end as well, so we don't need Bandle Painters. And so let's go with the Wandering Shepherd. This can still be a very strong turn next turn, to where we add in a second Bandle City Mayor, giving us -2 cost on our 1 cost units. And then we can play the Wandering Shepherd for 1 mana. Also interesting picking up the Flame Chompers style of cards here. We have lots of ways to boost the attack on a Flame Chompers. And so we'll see if that comes into play. But opponent's getting pretty mana spendy here, right? So I'm just going to add in the Yordle Captain, see if we can't get some big boys on board next turn. Drop the Mayor in, drop the Wandering Shepherd, have everyone boosted on the stat line. See how that looks. Still like the Mayor. So who do we want to pick up here? I do like the Explorers. The opponent's going to have Sunken Temples in their deck. They're going to have Back Alley Bars. It's very nice to be able to take those down, but I think we want the Octo Adventurer here. Maybe not. It's a little bit pricier in terms of mana. This is probably the only elusive we'll need to interact with, but that's tough. We're also getting this full board here, so having the expensive mana does help out a little bit. Cool. Alright, so Wandering Shepherd. And I was hoping for something that boosted health. Didn't turn up. Probably just want the Fish-a-Whack at this point. If he does have the answer for Norra, and then we start to put Fish-a-Whacks on Genevieve, it's going to be a fairly tough thing for opponent to deal with. Okay. Alright, well, you've done your duty, Norra. Feel free to trade with the Augmented Clockling. The other blocks out here aren't spectacular. Getting a little bit of chip damage in. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I was going to say, is Trevor a Yordle? He is. He didn't have any of these other Yordles on board, but he's still pretty good. He's still pretty strong. But now we got to drop Genevieve on board. I don't want our dude, whatever dude is called, our Yordle Captain, getting smoked down by the Sett. So this is fine. Deathless is okay here. Now, actually, all of our units are just bigger than Sett. I was ready to give up on Bandle City Mayor and the Trevor, but That worked out nicely. So here, before we go for the, kind of final crack, do we want to add a unit or do we want to add a Fish-a-Whack? I'm not amped about Fish-a-Whack at this point. Two things. I don't think we're going to need it. And if, like, we go super all in on just the one Genevieve, then it's too easy for him to have a removal spell. So let's add Genevieve number 2. I think I want to go with Impact on this one. It's going to... we're just so close to ending the game, and getting 4 damage out of Impact sounds pretty good to me. We'll see how that plays out. The other thing to watch is if you're not familiar with the Deathless Saiyan Thousand-Tailed, you can do the same thing with Genevieve. And so we could definitely find ourselves in a spot here to where we hook Sett with Genevieve, and then on the second attack we hook Mariam out to the left and have Genevieve be our first unit to die, and then boost our whole team again. Fun stuff. All right. Good match. On to the next one. So what do we got? Fairly slow hand. We'll hang on to the Yordle Squire. See if we can't get a little bit more of that early game aggression. We found it. We're definitely coming out the gates with this one. I think I'm okay to kick off with Bird. This is one, you can get these kind of awkward hands to where, you really care where the Bird stat's gonna land. And, you kind of want it on Flame Chompers and don't really want it on these others, or you run into a spot to where you get it on one unit and you're not as happy with it. But here, with the Flame Chompers being able to hook a Mariam, I think we'll be able to just get, big damage in. Right. 7 to the Nug on turn 2. That's what life's about right there. That's what it's about. Kennen turns up. I don't think he's going to be coming in. We'll kick off with the Yordle Squire. These tiny spears are going to be pretty good next turn. And then I think we're just going to be full board opening. So let's get the Boom Baboon in. Probably just drop some tiny spears on the board. Because we do have to worry a little bit about the likes of like a Rocket Barrage or whatever the 4 damage AoE thing is called. So I think this is where we want to take it. It's like if he wants to prevent maximum damage for the turn, he needs to block with Mariam in front of a unit that's going to kill her. This is a very greedy block set. Coming in for 5. Okay. Little scary, little scary. I give it that.
Technique is for lightweights.
Sett is problematic. I think we're at least safe at this point to add in Bird. What I'm looking to do is add in Bird. He's gonna hook the Bird, the Bell Ringer. That's fine. Oh, we're just passing and stuff. Okay. I mean, we don't have Jinx yet, so I don't feel like we're missing out on too much. You still have to worry about Rocket Barrage kind of things happening, but let's see how it goes. We're not entirely dead if he has it, right? I mean, he's going to be at 6, so we do have a chance to burn him out. But it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Wow. There's just no way he has it, right? If you have it, you play it right there. Famous last words, huh? Famous last words. All right, we're bringing everybody. Oh my God, is it going to come in now? All right, cool. Maybe we can get a couple points of damage in. Oh, Caustic Rift. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I forgot about that one. Forgot about that one. Alright, well. Let's see what comes off the top. Jinx had turned this around immediately. Just gotta see if we can't get there with the burns. Hey, speaking of Jinx. Timely appearance. See if he takes that hook with Sett. I don't really want to play Jinx and have her just immediately trade. Opponent is probably fairly safe at this point, though. Seems like a reasonable pass. But this is going to give us the chance to potentially get 2 Death Rockets. So that's the way I want to take it here. If we play Jinx, then he's just going to like hook her, and we're only going to get the 1 rocket for the turn. But this way we can kind of keep her out of combat, and we'll have the chance to like cast all of our spells, get the Death Rocket, go into next turn, and then he shouldn't be able to just Sett challenge her down. Well, we have the lethal here if he doesn't have any heal, doesn't have any denies. He's been playing, he played the Sunken Temple, so there's no real way to tell what's going to be in hand there, but we got to 4 damage. Hasn't given up yet. Do we see the Nopify? See the Deny? Sure. Still got a bunch of time, though. He needs to be finding Explorers, more Denies at the right moment. But I like how we took that, you know. There's a kind of limited amount of things that would be capable of removing our Jinx, right? If we just put Jinx in front of Sett, she's getting removed 100% of the time. But the way we took it there, he needed to have a big removal spell, double removal spells, stuff like that to get the KO. All right, so we're not going to be able to lethal this next turn. You just can't do it with the Electro Harpoon. Alright, we'll get that 2 damage in, and then see what we can draw. You gotta hit a Mystic Shot or a Blowback. We got 5 draws in here. What is that, 5 out of 25? 20%er to potentially get the kill next turn. Sure. Interesting though. I didn't think that people even played Caustic Rift anymore. That was the big one that got us. I thought that we were just out here dealing with rocket barrages. All right. It's like we've got a spell. Sure. All right, on to game 3. Oof. Let's see what we can do. I think I was okay though. Like with the big Caustic Rift turn, I'm pretty certain that was the kind of spot to where, like, what are we going to do with just like 1 unit on the board? It doesn't give you the opportunity to deal a ton. So I think it was okay. But here, this is a reasonable enough keep. We can still curve out nicely with Squire into Boom Baboon, play Kennen on turn 3, and follow up with the Harpoon. Double Kennen's kind of interesting as well, giving us that potential for an actual kill with the Mark of the Storm. Alright, what you got, my friend? Bando Commando. Sure.
On it and on 'em.
So I think we're still going to want to go the Electro Harpoon route this turn. Like we definitely want to be getting these Bando Commandos off of the board. And so we'll see what he adds. Right, this is one of the more annoying units to add with the Commando, given that he gets these free blockers round after round. Now, what did he take? Rummage. Sure, that's not something that we need to deal with in short order or anything. So we just want to attack here, right? He's not going to block either of these units. No reason to give him a chance to just add the Owlcat to the board. Interesting. That is not what I expected to happen. So we'll mark up the skip. Then we'll look to add in the second Yordle Squire. Like, this is a matchup to where we should have a lot of opportunity to get to get pretty good Flame Chompers with spears, right? They have a lot of 2/1s within the deck. So we'll see what makes its way to the board.
Where'd we end up this time, Book?
Yuumi's onto the skip. These are not the angles I was expecting to see. So I'm pretty certain what we want to be doing here is we want to Lightning Rush Kennen onto Teemo, deal the 2 damage, and then we won't get the chance to mark the skip fast enough to stop his damage, but we still have the Electro Harpoon afterwards. So, like, the only card that's a real pain point here is if he has the 1 damage burn spell to get the counter spell. We just lose the game at that point, but it should be fairly tough to have. Oh, we mathed that wrong, but it's still okay. We'll still be getting the Mark of the Storms to deal with this skip.
The sub rock got me good.
I didn't count the mana we were going to have to spend on Kennen to get him back on board. That's okay, though. All the Kennens, Jesus.
I have studied every fighting manual.
So, I mean, at this point, there's probably just not a ton of reason to try and kill Skip, right? I'm not really amped about just running out this Jinx this turn, but... Ooh. It's like I've learned my lesson so many times that just trying to blast onto the Jinx on this board doesn't work. So I'm not gonna go for that. I do like this tiny spear into Teemo though. And we're still getting built up nicely to the Jinx. I think this is okay. Still trying to take the Teemo down, getting the Flame Chompers back in hand, which we can then just discard to Electro Harpoon next turn. I like it.
This mama is the beast mama.
All right, now our Jinx, she should be pretty safe, even if she doesn't get to flip this turn. So do we want to even deal with the skip? I mean, we probably need to. The Yuumi is a bit out of hand at this point. She's only got one attack under her belt, but it is kind of a bummer he gets to generate the units off the Bandle Commando. I just kind of feel like we can deal with these units next turn. So the punish here will be if he managed to hit specifically the combat trick with the augmented clockling to give his units the +2/+1. Didn't turn up. All right, another skip. That's fine. So whatever his card in hand is the reduced cost thing that he would be getting off of the clockling. And another Jinx. Trying to think of the damage to face angles we have here. They're not as good as I want them to be. We're gonna have to actually come in and kill his units. Well, Sett and Jinx, like if there's this weird world to where he blowbacks the Jinx right now, we have some real choices in do we want to just let the Jinx fall and replay the other Jinx, or go for the flip to have her on board and not lose the burn spell? Would have been pretty close. Didn't quite pan itself out there. Now we get to do Death Rocket stuff. Okay, he's got to block one, but he's definitely blocking with the Owlcat. I think this is fine. I would definitely be surprised to see no block with the Clockling. Like, you have to open attack if you're going to leave the Clockling at home. He knows that we have Rummage in hand, so we can just rummage away whatever we draw and then immediately kill his elusive unit. That's a bold move. And Jinx. Oh boy. So what's the angle here? How safe do we feel falling to 6, right? We can pie toss onto the Clockling. It's like this space is such a bummer if he actually has the combat trick now. And then if memory serves, we can't just rummage, right? We can rummage our 2 spells away, but we can't just cast it for funsies. And so I think we're going to have to try and pie toss the Clockling. Ugh, the timing on this stuff sucks. But yeah, I'm ultimately afraid, like, if he's got the combat trick, which again, it's not that tough to have the combat trick at this point. And we try and go after the Bandle Commando, we just lose. But we're still in okay shape if we try and take the Clockling down. So I think that's the angle we want to take here. And then if he plays the combat trick, he only has 2 mana behind and can't burn us out. Looky there, he has the combat trick. So we need to do it. We can't get our other spell fast enough, and so what we have to do is rummage the pie toss and then just discard whatever we get to the Jinx. Right? So we discard the pie toss. We're going to draw something. Doesn't matter what the something is. We discard that something to get excited. Now we fall to 4. So we're not going to be able to get the lethal this turn. It's a pretty scary moment. So what we're going to have to do is open and then hope that we hit a burn spell so that he can't burn us out, right? Well, we are at 4. 4 is kind of tough to hit. What do we got? Squeaker, Urchin. I think we need to try and dig for the Mystic Shot. Didn't hit. This is like, if he has the double burn to get the kill, we want to have our spells stacked to the left of it. So, like, we can potentially find better units with the Squeaker, but if he has 2 burn spells, we just lose the game anyways. And so we just have to go for the card draw, see if we can't pick one up. And with the hours we're taking here, I kind of feel like we're probably just dead. It's a bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer, they say.
More pew-pewing.
Ugh. A pie toss. Okay. Alright, so we can send the attack in. If he's spending burn spells on our units, that feels pretty good. But, you know, there's not anything we can do. It's the kind of similar space to where if we put the Death Rocket on the stack, he's just going to cast his burn spells to the left. And so with this way, we're hoping that we can still manage something. But I gotta imagine oh no, was this the wrong way to do it? Now if we get hit with the blowback, he can kill us with oh, okay. So yes, it was the wrong way to do it. Because he discarded the 1 damage spell. Alright. GG. Ugh. But the blowback was the one that we couldn't beat. Alright, GG's. On to the next one. That's tough. I don't feel like we missed any damages in that game. I don't know. I like how that played out. Alright though, on to the next one. I'm gonna take out the Elder Dragon here, up against Annie, Jhin, and the Teemo again. Oh, Fitzy coming at us with the aggros today. Annie, Jhin. It's wild. Fitzy is a fantastic player. I'm weirded out by this. He usually hangs out in like the top 10 of the ladder, and like I just have to imagine this strikes me as the lineup that you play when you're like, yeah, I just don't feel like prepping for this event, and so I'm just bringing the standard lineup from 7 weeks ago, or the aggro lineup from 7 weeks ago, and I'm gonna see how it does because I didn't want to prep today, but. We'll see if it feels that way at the end of the day. Definitely hanging on to this double Omen Hawk opener against the Elusives. I'm kind of okay with Elixir of Iron. It does work out nicely with the likes of Tusk Speaker, but... Let's see how this goes. It's one of these kind of interesting spots to where outside of our Omen Hawks, we don't really want units in our hand because we just want to be drawing the units that have the stat bonuses on them. So we'll see how that angle... brings itself forward. Don't worry, bro. I'm ready with Omen Hawk number 2. Ready to party.
This mama is the beast mama. Proud and loud.
Alright, we'll let this one happen. It's not the end of the world to let him pick up this Owlcat. Our attacks with the Snow Dog are going to be pretty good. And I think we'll get a better block with this Omen Hawk later, especially given that we have all these combat tricks in our hand. We got to make these combat tricks do something. They about to do something. Gonna send this Vandal Commando back to hand, and then we'll be ready with this massive Sarion next turn.
Prepared for anything.
Alright, Teemo's prepared. Prepared for anything, as he says.
Lead the way, book. Wait,
Sure.
you've been following me?
Alright, looks like combat time.
Vandal scouts are never afraid.
So this is an interesting block. Do we want to Wuju style here to just try and get the Teemo off of the board? Or do we want to go with the Sky Splitter, which I think the Sky Splitter would be okay. Like if he's really spending his day on the combat trick, then I feel like that's probably still just a win for us. All right, so he blocks with Teemo, we Sky Split, he plays the combat trick so his Teemo doesn't die. Like, that's not terrible. I don't think we need to spend a Wuju style there. Alright, I hope you're ready, Omen Hawk. Ready to do your blocking duty. Big ol' Zed ready to party too. Should be pretty safe if we can make it into the next turn.
Mama's home.
So how much is this? This will take us to 16. And then we're going to look to take 8, fall to 8. I don't think he can burn us out from there. Okay, he's only going to have 3 cards, right? If it's like 2, 2, and 2, it's only 6 damage.
Armed and ready. Starts with mushrooms.
And the Empyrean Dance. Don't think it's going to be time for that gem. Maybe we'll get to zing him next game with the old dance. But this should be good. We have 7 damage from the Snow Dogs, and then whatever the Saurion overwhelms. The going 2 damage through Teemo gets us to a lethal, and we still have a combat trick in hand. So I think we're okay in this space. All right, the damage is rolling in. On to the next one.
None escape their shadow.
Okay, bring out the Yordles. Get the Zolanis down. See how it goes. I gotta feel pretty good about the Yordles match into both of these, right? We should have a pretty easy time against Annie Jhin just flooding the board with units. We have a bunch of 1-drops and we can start blocking on turn 1. We have the pie tosses and stuff to get in the way of the Saboteurs, and then up against the Elusives, we do have those 8 in our deck, so it's not like they get the chance to just come in and run away with the game. We'll see. Yeah, you see? Elusives against elusives. I got some, you got some. Let's see how they line up. You know what the deal here is, though? We have the superior Teemo skin along with the sort of Teemo card back. I was really surprised there's not what seems to be a legitimate Teemo card back, if you will. And it really kind of surprised me. So we're using the Puff Cap Pup. But here, I worry with this turn if we get too aggressive with our elusives, right? If we say add Teemo and then hit with Conchologist, like to try and pick up the value spell, and then he has like a removal, we're in a fairly big bind. And so I think it's okay to just come in and make those trades in that space and then see what we can build up to from there. Kind of tempted to pick up Condense. Like the Condense works quite well with the Wind Singers. I just don't think we're going to get a chance to cast any of these other spells. We just need time at this point. We're not doing anything this turn. We have a little bit of opportunity in the sense that we can like Tiny Spear and Heroic Refrain and stuff, but it just doesn't strike me as being enough. Interesting target though with the Octo Adventurer. We might consider condensing him at some point. I don't think right now, but there's an option. And then Genevieve will be strong once we get this Bandle Commando out of town. So I don't think we're going to have the time to condense, though. Picking up a 6-drop was pretty limiting in terms of what our hand can do. I don't think skip is the answer. Like, condensing skip could be a thing. I think we need to condense this Octo Adventurer. And then I'm going to look to just pick up the heal off of him. He just has too much going on. I don't think we're gonna get the time to cast the quicksand onto Bandle Commando, and so we'll just skip that part of it. we'll just get the spell down. Now with him Mystic Shotting, how do we feel about casting our Heroic Refrain? I mean, we're realistically only taking 2 damage this turn. We're going to block the Bandle Commando and then send it back to hand next round. I think this is fine. If he has a second combat trick for the Octo Adventurer, that sucks quite a bit, but this very limited amount of damage isn't that big of a deal. Now we get to start doing our fun stuff. So what do we got? Do we want the 4/4 here? I think so. The 1 health coming back off of the Deathless doesn't strike me as being great here with the Windsinger. She's ready to party now, though. he says, let's get into battle, my friend. Let's do it. Alright, Yuumi came back in. that stops our combats quick, but it's okay. We don't need to be rushing these out here. We'll get up to this Genevieve, or fuck, who knows? Maybe we'll be getting ourselves up to Elder Dragon this game. Impossible to tell. So we got our big combos. We just need to not die.
Baddies beware, Mama's got a gun.
So I'm going to add in Yordle Captain. We'll add in Bandle Commando afterwards. We're going to take a chunk of damage this round because I don't really want to block this Octo Adventurer. But
On it and on.
once we get beyond that, I think we're okay.
I should look in the mirror more often. Yep, we still got it.
Famous last words, I'm sure, but it feels like we're getting pretty close, and I feel like he's not going to expect the Genevieve to come in. I mean, I guess you can read towards the Saiyan Thousand-Tailed, but Genevieve is so much different than the Saiyan and what she's able to do on these boards. We'll go Deathless.
My strength is yours. Hold nothing back.
So I think we want to lead into the Heroic Refrain. Right, the other option is going towards the Wind Singer, but I think getting this combat trick before we just slam in with full board next turn is going to be pretty choice. I mean, we have that same opportunity as well to where we Heroic Refrain onto the Genevieve and then hook the Octo Adventurer. So the Genevieve is gonna die, but we get that stat boost across our whole team. And with everybody having 3 health at that point, it's pretty tough to stop these things. Right? The thing that we don't want to have happen here is we attack and then end up losing out on our elusives. But it is an interesting tag in picking up the skip. Right? If we just target down the skip and get the Wind Singer back. But man, I don't think the chances of us losing elusives here is particularly high.
Their pride will cost them.
Deep breath now. Ill winds blow.
Right now, you can see our whole team get that sweet boost across the board, get all those delicious extra stats. I don't know how you feel about extra stats, but I think they're delicious. I think they're delicious. It's a little worrisome, though. I mean, he's gonna have. Man, maybe we should have just taken down the skip. Maybe this play was too cute. Taking down the skip and getting the well. I don't know. That's tough. Right now, he gets to Yuumi for an extra 3 damage.
I should look in the
7
mirror
on
more
board.
often. Yep, we still
We'll have
got
2
it.
blockers next turn, though. Instead of just the 1, the Wind Singer will be back to blocking duty.
Serving lead.
Turn back.
This is Mama's house.
He's going to get zinged by the combat tricks here, I think. Alright, that takes us to 1. Not dead, huh? You gotta be dead. You gotta be dead. Let's add in the Wind Singer, though. You know, if there's a world to where he only has slow speed burn spells or something, we might get a heal.
Is on the wind.
I don't think this is ever a win, but gotta try and take it. Boo. Yeah, that's tough. Like, I'm trying to think of the space to where... It's like we just had a very big lack of mana there, in the sense that we could have taken down the Wind Singer, but if he goes for that open next turn... Or we could have taken down the skip, but then if he goes for the open next turn, we're not going to have the time to get the Wind Singer on board anyways. That doesn't sound super appealing. Alright, though. Up against Annie Jhin. Reasonable start with the Norra and the Pytos. We don't have an answer to turn 1 Annie, but If he leads off with Legion Saboteur, we have the Pie Toss, and then kicking off with Norra on turn 2 is pretty good. There are, potential stuns for Norra on 2, but you gotta like that start. I think it's an interesting question, though, as to whether or not you want to drop the Norra or the Bandle Commando. Do you want the fresh unit, kind of immediately, or would you rather go towards, like the Alcats are so good at blocking Annies? I mean, there is the Yordle Explorer as well, who's just ready to block. He's ready to go. Probably just add the Explorer in. I don't know. It's so easy for that unit to get shut down on turn 2.
Acquisitions commence.
He says, "Oh well, I got the birds." But I like the Yordle Explorer here, like especially seeing this kind of board as well. With you can't effectively block any of these units with the Bandle Commando or with the Norra.
This mama is the beast mama.
Can't do anything about that. Let's see how these damages prevent themselves. The Pie Toss should be decent for the turn. Get to stop some stuff. Can't do anything about Annie down here, but the middle of the board has been answered. How close is that, Annie? 4 of 6. Pretty close. Pretty close. She'll most certainly be flipping on the next turn. So how do we go here? I think we don't want the Norra, right? She's just too much of a high roll. I like that we can add in the Squire. We can add in the Bandle Commando. We should be able to get a pretty decent attack this round. And then after the attacks, follow up with the bird token, whatever that thing is called. Don't need any bonus attacks on the board. Everybody's strong enough.
I am in the right place.
Alright. Squad attack. I think what'll be interesting is if we're able to get this wallop onto Annie. I think that'll be a big thing for this game. Alright, it doesn't look like a very compelling open attack, right? And so I was going to say, I'm curious if we're going to be able to stop her.
First the smoke, then the fire, then the
Yeah, let's take it while we can.
Our purpose calls to us. We cannot turn away.
Travel is, of course, its own reward.
I will make this right.
So there shouldn't be too much more bullshit on this turn, right? It's pretty close to the end of what he should be able to do here. He can block all these units, that's okay. I don't think the Mana Soul student ever attacks.
I want to learn.
It does. It's ready. Alright, so how do we feel about Genevieve on this next turn? Right? If we play Genevieve and then she just gets hit with Tibbers, I don't think that feels great. And so I'm leaning towards Yordle Captain was a reasonable draw. We can add in Yordle Captain, finally follow up with Norra, and then have another pretty strong attack. I assume this is going to be a Tibbers coming in, right? Yeah.
How dare they? Cup of tea? Fine by me.
Whoever just go ahead and drop the spear. I was immediately like drawn to putting the spear on Yordle Explorer, then I realized it can't kill Tibbers. But If we keep that mana, there is a world next turn to where we get to play Genevieve and the pastry.
Get lively.
Who's with me?
So let's hang on to it. All right, let's see how fast we spike that portal. Not immediately. Boo. You're supposed to hit it immediately.
Are you ready, Tippers?
Just Annie. Okay.
Help.
I'm called for. Follow me. I know where I'm going.
Okay. Well, we're still alive. That's a perk. That's a bonus. Genevieve comes in. I'm leaning towards just taking the heal. Like, he is fairly close to lethal, but we're not going to be able to get the lethal off of these impacts, I don't think.
Okay.
I just want to come in and, like, ace these units off of the board. And as the game progresses, we should just be more and more okay, right? I mean, we're going to get additional portals from Norra and stuff. I think we just need to take the don't die plan. And it's especially in the sense that, like, say he plays a stun bird at this point, right? That's gonna be a fairly big pain point for us.
Hold nothing back.
No disintegrate. That's pretty cool.
Another expedition?
Your path ends here.
We should have. I guess we can still get out of this, but we should have played the tiny spear onto Norra so that we could kill with heroic refrain. Oh no, we are just short, aren't we? Oh no, did we punt that because I wasn't paying attention? Oh no, oh no. Ugh. This does to 7. Oh no, we should have. Man, missing out on this tiny spear is just pure disaster.
Hello.
Fuck. Well, let's still take it. There's no reason to not do it now. And so this way, if we draw a pie toss or if we hit a conchologist into electro harpoon or something, we still have a couple of angles. But that was sloppy. That was sloppy. Now we just like die to Jhin. We die to Nox and Fervors. Very real chance this game's just done. We had it. We had it right there. All right, Sunhawk's fine.
Explosives primed.
I don't think the point of damage matters, but we gotta get that out of here. Now we should just be losing to a Nox and Fervor off of the top.
Hef, you're plenty
We'll see if the punish comes through or not.
Privateering? Good show.
All right, we didn't get the hard punish. That was a little sloppy, but whew.
A journey's
That's
end
brutal
is
too.
just
Like
another
thinking of playing the spear earlier and then not doing it, and then getting to that critical turn of spear damage and then just not playing it, just forgetting about it. Oh, this event is not going to go well. All right, on to the next one though. I'm fine to play against the Riven Fizz deck. It never struck me as any good. I've only played 2 games with it, but I don't think I worry about it. Reksai Elder Dragon. I think I want to see that. I'm curious as to what that's about. And then Ekko Jinx tends to be problematic for the mid-rangey style of decks that we bring. And so we'll take that one off the table. Elder Dragon Lurk. I'm curious. I think I like it. I want to see it. That's one of the decks I thought of before. As to where I was like, all right, well, what can we put the Elder Dragon with? And you're like, all right, Elder Dragon Lurk. And you're just like, nah, that's not going to be a thing ever. But Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Alright, let's get rid of the Darkened Spear. The thing that tends to happen against Lurk is your health on units doesn't really matter. It's so challenging to find to find places to where they don't have like a million health, and so you just come out and try and block and it doesn't do anything. And so I don't think we're going to run into spots to where he can't answer our Zed because of the spear. See, nonsense like this. Reksai right on top is kind of whatever. It took a bit of effort to get there, but I think this is still kind of okay. You see, the pain point here will be if he has the free one, whatever that free attack thing is called. We have to elixir our Zed. I don't know if we can win the game without Zed on the board. Like, I'm 100% gonna have Elixir of Iron this turn. But, yeah, we're not gonna have any ways to boost that other Overwhelm unit. Okay. Alright, that Reksai is gonna be big fast. He's got the buried armory, and he definitely has the Reksai in hand. Man, if we hadn't played the Elixir of Iron, we could have dropped our Explorer for the Overwhelm and then popped the Buried Armory. I guess at this point, we know that we need to be taking the Destroy and Equipment. I'm not certain if we can get away with that, using that knowledge too much. Right, we can add in the Pioneer. Let's just open. This is like... it's too easy for him to play like a random 3-6 and then we don't get the good attack in. We got that good Zed animation though. Right, Zerzerath, the perfect example. Now, there is a non-zero chance we didn't want the equipment thing, and we just wanted to take Overwhelm away from Reksai, right? That could have been a potential angle that we didn't really go after, and we'll see if that's going to be a mistake or not. Like, as far as the Under Titan goes, though, I'm fine with this thing on board. All right, let's take it down now. He doesn't have the mana to add Reksai and something else, so that feels fairly safe. This is 15. Now we'll Battle Fury Zed and then hook the Under Titan out of combat. Should be good to go. All right, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see right there. Get that laser kitty up. putting equipment on Reksai, nah. It's more about that Battle Fury Zed. You got to go back to base set. You got to go back to foundations. learn the combos there. Oof, okay. So regardless of how the event goes, we did just do that, right? We got our Battle Fury Dark Star Zed out here, ready to party. All right, not a great way to kick this off. We'll hang on to the Kennen just to make sure we have something to do here on turn one. You typically don't want Kennen on turn one because you want to get the value out of the discard. But I think playing against Fizz Riven, I do like the angles of just having stuff to interact in the early game to help protect our life total. Makes me a little bit happier. We'll hold off on the Blade Squire for a moment. So he knows he's safe to attack with the Twirler now that we have this board, but I think that's okay. We're not really going to be threatening it. So it hit the Dredger and the Urchin. Well, it's double. The Dredger's ready to party. It's like I almost want to get him down as just like a no-value gigantic play, but I think we'll hold off on that. It's that strikes me as just being a touch greedy.
Anything else?
So now that we've picked up the Lightning Rush, how do we feel about attacking with everybody? I don't think I like it. Just having the idea that, you know, we deal a couple points of damage to stuff, and then at the end of the day, we get to finish off the damage onto the Twirlers with the Lightning Rush. It's a thought. I just don't think I like it. So we'll take a block with Kennen this turn. I think that will be okay. We'll say LOL, here's the big boy. We'll just put him on board for the stats, but I don't want to be discarding any of these cards, I think. Maybe that's just where we're going to be. I don't love the big boy here. He doesn't do a ton. It's going to be a few turns before we're able to get it active, but like we're getting to this point to where our hand just doesn't really do enough. And so I think I'm okay to pick him up and then boost the team next turn to get a good open 2 turns from now. There's a bunch of stats. We are going to have a problematic Riven here in a couple of turns, but how do we feel about just playing blowback onto this thing? It's not going to have defensive combat tricks here, and it does protect our big unit, but the pain point is just going to be this Riven next round. I don't think that's super worthwhile. Now that is a different story, though. I didn't watch the weapon hilts. I don't think those were Riven weapon hilts. I don't remember if this thing out here will even tell us. They're both just normal ones. So thinking to the degree of what if we want to try and burn down this Riven now, because the rest of these cards all kind of suck, right? I don't want to... If we do the 5 damage burn right now, he can't flip the Riven to whereas as soon as we go back, we're not going to get a chance to respond. He's just going to cast a bunch of fragments and she's going to flip. Man, that's a pretty nasty discard at that point. All right. It's like we're giving up everything we have in terms of things to do if we try and take the Riven down. This seems fairly unwinnable at this point. These blade twirlers were doing the if you're familiar with what we like to do, is like we were playing against a lot of we're playing with a lot of 2/3s over the course of the past year, and I really like the ideas that come from getting those 2/3s on board, and that's what the blade twirlers did. They just shut down our entire board of 1/2s.
Reforged, redeemed.
I'm ready.
Finally, some real. Want to show you something?
I'm not certain how close to dead we are here. I mean, I was just looking at, like, he doesn't quite have the lethal here. The thing that sucks is if he has like an elixir of iron, right? And to where he's able, or elixir of wrath, the 2 damage thing. But like, we're definitely never winning the game 2 turns from now. And it's like, well, what's our chances of winning on this next attack? How do we push something together to where we can attack hard enough? And like, I think that we have to just use the Kennen onto the Fizz. And, you know, if he has Elixir of Wrath, then we're just dead as it is. But, right, you can't just pass at this point. You can just say, okay, I'll take the damage, and he's not going to kill us. I feel like we get Elixir of Wrath here, you know, quite a bit. But if we aren't having something happen on this combat to where we get that Fizz off of the board, we replay the Kennen, and then we go into the next turn and do stuff, like, I don't think we're ever winning that game. And so I think you just gotta go for it and hope they don't have the 1 mana spell. But man, those those blade twirlers were what did us in there. That blocking was wild. I don't know, man. Like, we kind of thought about, how do we do this? Do we come out and just attack, right? Just put the damage on it so we can start to cast burn spells on them? And I don't know. It seemed like it was going to be a thing, but it's just like you're getting blown up so easily at that point. But I don't know. It would have gave us something to do with like the 1 mana blowback. It's like we didn't do anything to stop the opponent from doing what they want to do, right? We just let them go out there and do their thing and stall and get the full collection of augments and Riven and Fizz and then cast a bunch of spells. Like we didn't try and get a shutdown anywhere. But here I'm going to go ahead and run out the Urchin. We've already got Jinx in hand, and we're going to try and discard down as fast as we can. And so having the 4 mana value unit in hand doesn't strike me as something that's going to be very important against Lurk. It's interesting. If I'm not going to Mystic Shot the Bakai, but you definitely have the opportunity here to just perhaps completely keep him from attacking, and then blank that Lurk, right? He didn't play a unit on turn 1, and he played a 1-drop on turn 2. It's very hard to have another unit that he could put on the board. But didn't go for it. Now here we'll see what happens. My intent is to discard the Mark of the Storm for value. If he put like the 2/3 on top of his deck, we might want to get the Flame Chompers on board, but I don't know. I don't think I'm excited about that. Maybe it's okay. We deal a ton of damage this way. Just the cheapest one. Take Smash and Dash. Try and get him for that 6-piece nugget. Alright, seems like we're getting close. I'm curious what his unit on top is. If it was the pain point would be Pike.
Hold on to your helmets.
Alright, and then here I just added the unit. I want to get maximum burn, and I want to make sure that we have the discard stuff we need to get our Jinx active. And so I just want to get the cheap dude down. I don't care about that stuff. So, I'm just curious if we're gonna have the ability to play Jinx after combat, and then have her just not die, right? Having her not die is kind of the big deal. But I mean, we're so close to the lethal. Alright, fine. We don't have to. We don't have to push it too hard. Now she's safe to throw down.
Balance in all things.
Alright, we put something on top, sure thing. Feeling okay about this now. We can take this 7 hit, no problem. Gonna blow back onto the smaller unit. We'll add in Jinx and then open attack next turn. May not open. I guess we'll have to see what we draw. If we land on a slow card, then we'll want... Okay. We're good. Good in every way. Alright, GG. Taking that Lurk deck down. On to the next one.
The storm has broken them.
Whew. Hope y'all are doing good out there. Out in Kansas City, it's cold. It's chilly. If you're a football fan, you've probably at least heard the noise about the Chiefs game tonight. It's gone now, but the weather is supposed to get down to wind chill of -30. It seems to do that a few times a year, and this year's is locked in. We went outside for a little bit today and yesterday. Yesterday we went outside and it was like 14 degrees, feels like 0, and then today I went to the gym this morning, it was 0 degrees, feels like -14. as we come up on the Chiefs game, those -30 wind chills are supposed to be out and about and blowing around, and so it's a definite pain point. Oh, we're gonna get blown out. But like, it's so wild with stuff like pipes freezing. My brother works in a small business and they had their pipes freeze, so he's been spending his day at work today dealing with the water. And it's tough. We're blessed to not be having to be outdoors or work outdoors or anything like that. All right, though, end of the action here. Curious to see if this Teemo opens now that we hit the Omen Hawk. I wanted to hang on to the Scholarly Pioneer. They're so good in this match that, like, if it comes down to having a handful of like Ruthless Raiders and what's the other Overwhelm, I forgot your name, Tusk Speaker. Like, if we're gonna have a bunch of those or a Pioneer, I'd rather just have the Pioneer. It just does so much between getting a getting a heal, getting a quicksand, hooking down these little units like Teemo. It should be able to get 2 or 3 hooks in these games. Like, it does quite a bit of work, and I'm fine to hang on to 1. But as we mulliganed into like stagehand Wuju style, oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. It's everything. Why not have everything go wrong this game? Why not? Holy shit, he didn't take the Pioneer. What the fuck? Have you read it? Are you familiar with what the Pioneer does? Huh. Well, I'm gonna go heal. Doesn't quite have the Yuumi based board that makes me want to do otherwise, but why would he look at the Will of Ionia and the Scholarly Pioneer and then be like, yeah, I don't want both? It has to just be the combat trick, right? He says, I have the combat trick to try and fight through this? No? Huh. Well, okay. I'll take it. Weird. Weird. So that's the value I've assigned to what just happened. That's what it's going to get. Now a pretty reasonable pop-off turn. Zed is going to be huge next round. I assume that he's not going to open Teemo into our bird. That gives us a chance to play another bird. And then he should just be pretty domed at this point, right? His attacks all suck. Does he ever not attack here? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. This attack doesn't look good. But I worry if we pass, he's going to pass. Right, we'll let him do the puff cap damage here. I'm not real worried about the extra 2 or 3 points of damage these puff caps might do. So we'll let that go. Now we have to just be able to get a completely monstrous attack in this round. We can Ruthless Raider, we can Stagehand, and then still have a little bit of protection back with the Wuju style. Like, I like it. I like it. Probably not going to Wuju style this turn, but I don't think this is a Saurion round.
If you do not have a part to play, take one.
It's close to lethal, though. You're going to come in for 15 or so. So there's some big numbers. Big numbers on your screen.
I will make this right.
But what I'm going to do, I assume this will garner a block. He's going to put something in front of Zed to keep him from flipping. Probably just take the stagehand damage. Then I'm going to look to heal the Omen Hawk so that it's more combat effective next turn. It's not just dying to a Pytos. I don't think we need it at 18. Well, maybe we just look to trade him away. We can still get the Saurion down next turn and keep a pretty big bank. Alright, now that we have Battle Fury, we just need to not die. Just don't die and everything will be okay.
More for my collection. Success is planting your mushroom patch
Alright, Teemo's taken to flip.
swiftly.
Block. It seems good. This is actually one of these spots to where it's kind of nice that the Saurion isn't going to draw us any cards. I don't think that we're going to get burned out here, but you know, there's always the opportunity for something to go wrong, and just not drawing with this on the space to where we're about to KO the opponent. Feels kind of nice. But this should just be a Battle Fury, right? We got Battle Fury and Wuju style for the Saurion. Get it up to 16 attack, should be more than enough. Smother the light of their suns and stars, the light in their very eyes, and then eternal shadow. I don't get it. What's the next one? Pledge to oblivion and give yourself to the cold edge of my blade. It sounds like something that, I don't know, if you're like 14 years old and you just figured out you're able to post videos on YouTube and you have a sword and it's like you want to make a video with you looking badass with your sword, I think that's what you say. Pretty certain I just nailed it. That's what's happening there. You got any more flavor text that needs that needs analysis? Let's check it out. Shadow shift. Return to nothingness. Alright, easy. Alright, we got him. The Battle Fury was enough. On to the next one.
None escape their shadow.
So much Teemo today. Has it been every single match at this point that someone has played Teemo Yuumi? Kind of feels like it. Alright, though. Up against Darius Gnar. See what we can do. This hand is not a keeper. I'm kind of tempted to hang on to Mystic Shot. Such a good way to take down one of the turn 2 attackers. I was gonna say, if we it shouldn't be too hard to mulligan into a 1-drop to get things going. Reasonable start. Say till the Omen Hawk comes in. We'll take the trade. Just get this stuff out of here. It's gonna be a long time before Jinx is up and dropping death rockets on the likes of Omen Hawk. Just more likely, I think, to get the Omen Hawk popped by a or get it grown by a decisive maneuvers than the Jinx coming in and doing anything. But Snowdog's a problem, and now we don't have any cards. This is this is just disaster mode. Everything about this game has gone wrong. We'll pass. It seems like a pretty good just let it happen from him. Like taking 3 bank into the next turn. Now we're going to have to deal with all these giant-ass units. He's got 1 Omen Hawk, 1 Snowdog. Yeah, the 4/4s are coming in now. Awesome. I'm looking to discard Blowback. We're just gonna... Oh, I guess at this point, we're just gonna win this game with burn spells, right? So maybe we just discard the Rummage. See if we can't get an effective unit out of this thing. The Dune Hopper mech is kind of okay. And then we just need to be sending damage to the face. Like we're never going to win anything on the ground when he's going to be at +3 on his stat bonuses. 1 Omen Hawk, 1 attack from Snowdog. I assume he's going to attack with Snowdog here again, especially if he adds another unit to the board. Yeah. We definitely just need to be on this burn plan.
I have my orders.
Okay.
In position.
Well, that might buy us enough time. Probably just gonna say LOL, here's Darius, but with him actually putting this damage onto the Saboteur, we get a pretty big prevent at this point. That should give us an extra turn of death rockets and stuff. Well, everything about this game has gone wrong. I'm not surprised to see that happen. So let's do this. Let's lead him with the Urchin. I want to give him a chance to play something that doesn't matter before we add the Dune Hopper mech. We should still be able to get a pretty reasonable mech attack this turn. The The arena promoter attack was okay until he added this thing to the board, but if we can survive this next round, I think we're okay. So he needs to have like a Darius or a decisive maneuver to cause problems. Ooh. Falls to 8. We're a little bit short in the burn.
They'll never see it coming. Behind ya.
We can do this. He's gonna play a card. Seems like it's probably a Battle Fury. But if we survive this round, then we should just win the game. Interesting. Interesting. So at this point, we can kill these units if he tries to Nox and Fervor us. We can't play around Nox and Fervor now. So let's just add Jinx to the board. See if we can't get an open attack next turn. We should have enough width, and then if we get in there, then we can make something happen. But I mean, just surviving there is huge. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, we could have gotten around that. We had just like the pile of burn. I just assumed that like I was like, okay, I have blowback in my hand. I'm going to cast blowback on one of these low health units to get around the Nox and Fervor. And then when the 5 health came down, I was like, all right, 5 minus 3 doesn't add up. Yeah, there's no guarantee that we would have won that game, but we should have been able to blow back Mystic Shot that unit and get out of that turn. Oh, we are just a slop fest today. This is not how you win one of these events. Like my heart isn't really in this event, but we've just been making these massive misplays over and over again. All right, let's see if we can't take this one down. Man, that would have taken him to. We could have hit it like with the blowback for him down to 3. We could have discarded 2 blowbacks and the Mystic Shot, which would have taken him to. I think he was at 8, so it would have taken him to 5. And we could have had a Jinx for the next turn, along with whatever damage the dude got in. I think we probably would have won that game. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Alright, let's see how this one goes. I threw away the Electro Harpoon. To me, it just doesn't kill enough stuff. And now that we picked up the other Pie Toss, it at least kind of saves our day a little bit. I'm going to take this Teemo down. Our hand doesn't do enough otherwise. Alright, that should hopefully get us quite a bit of time. I mean, I don't think we're in a hurry. Getting to actually take an elusive off the board with a pastry feels pretty good. Any spell I'm fine with. Okay, Pie Toss onto our unit. But I mean, our late game is quite a bit better than his late game. He hasn't developed a Yuumi, right? That's the real late game that the Teemo deck gets, is you've got that 6/7 elusive with Yuumi on it, and having not leveled anything up to this point, feels like we're doing pretty good. Was looking to hit the elusive one off of this. It didn't turn up, so we'll just take Smash and Dash. He's the most cost-effective one here. Nice.
I got the need for
I don't think Smash and Dash is going to survive this combat. This strikes me as one of these places to where we attack and then he's got the +2 attack thing, but I don't really want a Perilous Pastry onto Bird. I would rather save this for any of the other elusives, the Kelp Maidens, the Teemos of the world. And then if we lose Smash and Dash in combat here, I think it's okay. But the big one would be like if he has Eye of the Storm, right? Eye of the Storm is able to, you know, kind of take Smash and Dash down positively to where the other spells aren't as effective. Okay. I like it. I think we're in good shape. Says I've got my handful of all these 1 health units. it's a bummer, huh? It's a bummer. Alright, we'll just take the big bank. We don't have a lot that we can do now, but if we pick up a Mystic Shot or whatever, then we can start to pop off. Come in with the Squeaker. Again, we're gonna look for that elusive. There's the Shadow Tech Walker. It's a big old Yuumi. She got the love from the bird. Giving those +1/+1 bonuses out forever. But curious to see if he attacks with both here. Like if he's got the, he does. I think we're fine to take the combat trick here. Right, if he wants to do the +2/+1, it's not enough to kill the Shadow Tech Walker. It comes in for a bunch of damage, and then he can follow up with the Perilous Pastry onto the Shadow Tech Walker, but that's quite a bit of work. And then we're just going to be developing into this really wide board with double Flame Chompers on it. We should be able to crack in for a ton of damage. Harpoon. So let's say we open, we hook the Clockling. He blocks our 2 bigs. He's only taking like 5 damage. I think this is a harpoon. So we can kill off the smaller unit. Now we can control both of his blockers. I don't really envision him leading out with this Perilous Pastry now. I think he's probably just going to play another unit. Yeah. But I don't think we're really in the space to where we're going to be able to get a kill onto the Bandle Commando. So wanted to kind of keep it back. Now the question is, we shouldn't be hooking both of the elusives, right? We want him to have to put his Octo Adventure in front of the Arena Promoter. So right, we come in like this. Arena Promoter comes in, or the Octo comes in front of Arena Promoter. Still falls to 1 in this space. Could kill him with the pastry there, but we want the space to where the Shadow Tech Walker lives for the turn, and I don't think that he's able to put the Octo in front of the Walker. No, he doesn't have any spells. He's lining everything up to see if he has a way to survive the pastry. Apparently he does not. Cool. All right. Looks like we should be able to get down another match win in the face of a massive misplay. So sometimes it just doesn't matter, huh? Sometimes it just doesn't matter. Have we given up? Did we disconnect? Okay, well, here it comes. All right, GG. Victory is ours. On to the next one. Right, next battle. Where's the Teemo at? I don't see any Teemo in this. And so, as far as this goes, we do have the two Shadow Isles options in this one. I do want to be banning the Shadow Isles deck out. I have much more respect for what the Morgana deck is capable of doing, so we'll take that one out of the mix and do battle against Volibear. Not entirely certain what LeBlanc Elder Dragon is. I think this is probably a Might deck, but we'll find out. Feels like our deck should line up okay against it. Trying to think of what LeBlanc is going to be out here doing. Like I did like some of the 6-cost monsters that come out of Noxus, or at least out of the Reputation kit, being able to hit a what's it called? The rally unit was one of the things that I was quite interested in, but never really came together. All right, though, up against the Volibear. Let's see what turns up. The Yordle Captain, I think we're okay to hang on to. It should be one of the units opponent will struggle to deal with a little bit more. But we don't need this early game stuff like Pie Toss, and then we have a good curve otherwise. So it's like, to me, a lot of these like Freylord, Volibear kind of decks are really just kind of centered on going, okay, I'm going to play a ramp spell, and then I'm going to play a AoE, right? I'm going to play an avalanche, and then just hope I can get a big unit on the board. And it seems like something that, you know, as long as we're able to get width going, if we can fight through that one avalanche, then we should be okay. And Yordle Captain does a fairly decent job of that, being able to come in and survive the avalanches, survive the calling strikes, survive the bigger kind of spells. So we'll see if that plays out. Otherwise, Tricksy Tentacles could be okay. The opponent shouldn't have a ton of cards, and we might be able to kind of strike down their on-curve play as they're looking to get a big spell down on turn 6 or something. Otherwise, Wallop is kind of useful. Taking a big unit out of combat, giving us potentially an extra turn to survive. It's pretty close. I think we'll take the Tricksy Tentacles here. See if we can't just continue to blast through the curve. I'm not playing just a Volibear. So here comes the captain. If he has AoEs, he's going to be able to survive it. And then next turn we'll have the mana for the tentacles and the Paparo and stuff. I wouldn't mind dropping a tiny spear onto one of these smaller units. We do have the Zolani in hand, and it sucks to play Zolani as a 2/2. So, you know, Paparo does a great deal in terms of activating all of your units to get the Zolani online. So we may not need to kind of rush out and go for it, but it is one of those things to kind of consider as to where if Paparo doesn't get to attack, then we are really struggling to get the Zolani up and running. Yeah, calling strike? Sure.
Sorry, friend.
Alright. We'll just go for it. I have to highly anticipate that next turn we're just going to Tentacles and Paparo. And so I want to spend all of our mana. You could look to, you know, get up to Heroic Refrain, but it's just not going to survive for anything. We just want it for that last turn to where we're trying to crash in those final points of damage. Got an Eradicate. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, huh? I don't hate it. So let's take Paparo. We'll take the Bandle City Mayor. Those units weren't combat effective, but he generates 2 units essentially. Now we have to decide, do I want to go for the Wind Singer? And that's a fairly dangerous play. I think we have to just open here and then look to finish on our next attack token. So I'm not going to push in this Wind Singer damage. I'm going to hope that opponent puts a big boy on board here, and then we just get to send it back to hand with Wind Singer, and then we get to develop into a more tempo-oriented board. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting Eradicate. So let's just go mana effective here. The Sharp Trainer is interesting. We could play him for 6 mana next turn. Otherwise, there's the Piltover Castaway, which is just a more on-curve play. But I have to feel like opponent's going to try and just play Volibear next turn. And what's the stupid thing do? 40 units, right? I think he's going to try and add Volibear, then we'll just try and Wind Singer him back to hand. None of this stuff's going to survive him. So let's go with the Castaway. He's at least going to have bonus stats here. And help level up the Zolani. Alright, so there's the Volibear. Now we got the Wind Singer. We're gonna have the Scouting Wind Singer. You got any cool stats in here? Not the greatest. I think we'll just go with the 1/1 and tough. If nothing too crazy happens next turn, we might be able to heroic refrain the Wind Singer and just take the kill.
Another day in the field.
Add in Teemo. Add in the Rake. Try and get that takedown. I don't suspect this gets the win ever, but oh shit. take that ever right back. That's one of those spots to where it's just so easy to have a flash freeze or a harsh winds or have a vengeance or something. I wasn't expecting that initial attack to actually get the job done, but it should take 5 or 6 mana to stop the attack, and then we get to follow up with the Bandle Commando, follow up with the Paparo, get a secondary attack in that gets us much closer to actually pulling off that lethal. Cool. Let's see here. This is not a this is not a hand for the Volibear. So let's send it all back. I want to find some 1-drops here. 1-drops we found. So I'm gonna lead in with Bird, try and spike a 3/2 for the round, and then we'll play Kennen and Zaunite Urchin. Is that where we want to be? Yeah, the bonus land onto Kennen. I was like, well, we have this opportunity for Squeaker next turn, but we can just discard the Yordle Squire Spear. Okay, that's an expensive one too. That's a 3-mana Soul Harvest landing on Kennen. Means an opponent can't play ramp spells next turn, regardless of what they have. Right, if he played a 2-mana one, he would have a 1 bank for the turn and then be able to play the 4-mana ramp spell. Not the case here. Right, so Tiny Spear comes in. This is kind of interesting because I want to open attack next turn. We can't risk losing this entire board to an AoE. And so the question starts to be, do we want to just discard Bird instead of discarding the Tiny Spear so that we get the 2 damage out of Squeaker? And I'm pretty sure I'm just on board with this. And so here, These units aren't as awesome. I think the cheap one is probably the way to go. The spell shields off of the Mecha Forcer can be extremely relevant as well. I wonder if we should have taken armor to get the squeaker up to get the squeaker up to 3 health. Alright, let's send. See if that Eradicate's gonna roll through or not. Nope. I guess there's no real reason for him to rush out and Eradicate at that point. Since he's just gonna be, you know, running into the next turn and able to play it then. He does lose his Feral Mystic in that sense, but... Big open. And we're gonna go pure damage. I don't care about this Feral Mystic. I'm gonna put the +2 on one of our units and just go for the full damage build here. Good stuff. Nothing wrong with the full damage build, you know. And then we'll see what happens after this. I'm gonna say he's gonna have to spend a ton of mana here, but this should get us to where we just get Jinx on the board at the end of the day, or looks like we could just go for the lethal. I don't think there's anything that really punishes us for not just playing the blowback right there, but it's so free to just go into this next turn and like blow back away whatever we draw and then get the super mega death rocket. It just, I don't know, nothing strikes me as being able to take the game down there, but it's like such a risky thing if things go wrong, as to where this way we just never lose the game. Right, if he goes, LOL, it's a brittle steel, right, and prevents that damage, and then we have to fight back without Jinx, and it just sounds like a disaster. Cool. Ripperino Volibear. I have to assume he's not happy to run Volibear into Jinx Kennen. It doesn't seem like a particularly juicy matchup. I would have to think you're looking to run your Volibear into Elder Dragons and stuff, but not the way it is. Then what do we got here? We got another Shadow Isles deck we can take down. Again, I'm much more inclined to take out the Morgana than opposed to the Heimerdinger Jayce. I haven't seen Heimerdinger Jayce in ages, but this still strikes me as a bunch of matchups I'm not really excited about. Fairly anti-aggro lineup that we're seeing here. But decent enough curve up against Norra Elder Dragon. I think we probably just get rid of Conchologist, and then our curve is okay from here. Like, our turn 1 Teemo isn't super safe. He did do a 2-keep here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Teemo just get domed by a Pytos. But we still curve out nicely after that. I want to get the Bandle Commando down. See if it runs into Norra. I think this deck sometimes plays stuff like the 2 damage spell. Like, there's no guarantees the Bandle Commando will survive here, but it hasn't been like much of a Norra meta since Worlds. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck? Okay, do you just have a hand of like Elder Dragon and then like a bunch of 6-drops or something? Wild seeing the concession against against that, but take the victory, I guess. Bandle Commando is intimidating. now the timer's going down. I wonder if he just had to shit or something, you know? Trying to play the open at work, or a customer comes in. It's something like that happens. Seems like he's not here anymore. Huh. I feel ya. Sitting there, you got the phone out at work. Now let's be real. If that's what you're doing, he's not playing the lineup for that, right? If you're trying to play the open at work, and you're running Morgana, Mordekaiser, Heimerdinger, Jayce, and Elder Dragon, that you need to be playing decks that can give you like 6-minute matches, so you can run to the bathroom and be like, "Oh, boss, I gotta take a shit," and then you can get like a 20-minute match in with your triple aggro lineup. But his lineup is just asking to take like an hour and 15 minutes around. The whole game break. You're gonna have to reload. Let's see what happens. All right, I restarted the game. We'll see if it takes us into a match or if it just takes us to the game screen. Victory. Curious what happened there. But victory at the end. We got a win. We got a W. On to the next one. Toughest one of the day. We'll just call it the Bando Commando Rage Quit. I'm 99% certain that's not what just happened, but that's what we're gonna call it. Bando Commando comes in and opponent just says, "Nope, that's too much. That is too much." It's an interesting meta, though. If you want to play the open, but you have to work on a Saturday, what lineup do I bring? You immediately just get to work and you say, "Yo, boss, I got a problem. I got some bad eggs last night. I got some bad tacos. I got the shits. I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in the bathroom today. But I care about work so much that I showed up." That's how you break the meta right there. It's not with Elder Dragon though. That's not believable. It's not believable. You're gonna say, "Bust, you've been in the bathroom 3 times for an hour and 15 minutes a pop. just go home. Just go home." All right, so there we go. So what do we got with this one? We got Elder Dragon Norra. We got Morgana, Seraphine, and then Karma Sett. Karma Sett's most certainly going to stay up, and then we have to decide, would we rather do battle with the Elder Dragon or the Morgana Seraphine? And I lead towards just banning the Elder Dragon Norra. That strikes me as one that's going to be a little bit more, well, the Seraphine deck has to just be like chock full of like Stellacorns and stuff, right? I think that's the one we have to take down here. I worry about running Jinx Kennen into something like that. So it just seems like our Jinx Kennen, while you still might get unit walled by the Norra deck, it's just not as likely. It's not like just a complete KO in the event that they like have that Stellacorn in the early game. Now here, do we want to hang on to Yordle Captain against Karma Sett? It is quite strong, but I think leading off with the Yordle Explorer, we hopefully have enough early game presence here. He turns back up to give us all the stats we need, though. I appreciate it. That's where we at, Yordle Explorer. Trying to get that tracker back on the screen. Sure. You can still keep up the aggros though. I'm gonna lead in with the Yordle Explorer and then follow up with the Yordle Squire. Just try and stay as mana effective as we can here. Ooh, no play. Nice. You gotta feel good about the Mystic shots coming in on Yordle Squires, but what's that lead into, right? This is probably like a Sett heavy hand or something, or it's very like expensive-y heavy. I feel like as you're trying to develop into these boards, that Mystic shot's just not what you're looking to do. Rocket Barrage is fine.
Friends.
Now, how do we get the most on board this turn? Like, I think we want to lead in with Bandle Commando. It's just Sett is a problem for the turn. I don't really want to combat into Sett. And this lets us at least be in this spot to where if he wants to play Sett, we can go Bandle Commando, we can add in Bandle City Mayor, and then we can follow up with the...
I should make a speech.
we can follow up with the bird at the end of combat. Off of the Bandle City Mayor, though, going with the Scholarly Pioneer feels like this is the kind of space to where, you know, if he's going to drop Sunken Temples on his next turn, it should just be a real KO. So, it was nice. Unfortunately for us, he did hit the he did hit the elusive unit.
Want a piece of me?
Fine.
Line starts here.
Is what it is. Now I'm just going to keep slamming down units in front of Sett. He's going to win this combat, but if he does come in and choose to take down the Yordle Explorer, I don't want him to... I don't want him to prevent us from getting these stats on the remainder of our turn. So now it's like we add in Paparo. He gets the stat. The Yordle Commando got the stat. I'm going to take the Yordle Explorer here so we can just open attack next turn. And get this big Paparo damage in.
Let the commerce commence.
Squad. Ah, these 9 lives are fucking annoying. Alright, let's take the damage chunk and protect the unit. We're getting to this point to where, you know, Zolani's gonna come on board. And I'd like to have as many units on board when he's trying to do his flippy thing. So we'll see if that comes together. Here's Conchologist. The Poro stories is interesting in the sense that, you know, we are building towards Zolani, but I'm liking the Poison Dart just as a way to take this Portal Pioneer off the board as we try to make big plays next turn. Or, I mean, if it seems like we're just going to have a ton of mana, we can look to Zolani down our own unit. Let's see how that plays out.
I see lies in words and truth in blood.
See if he's going to get popped by a concussive palm or anything here. I guess the bounce spell would be the more relevant one, but if we get to if he spends a bunch of mana in a weird way and then we get to Poison Dart our Yordle Squire off the board and swing with the 3 Zolanis, it's going to be a pretty big deal.
Drinks are cold and gossip's hot.
Okay, he does have the mana to take away the Overwhelm though. It's not an empowered Overwhelm. He naturally has it. So we can attack with the 3 17/17s. Oh. Oh, he did not have... he had the heal. He did not have the boost. You gotta feel good about that. I got a similar thing. I guess we're hitting for 30. We don't need to cast our stuns. Nice.
Finally, this world can rest.
Okay. So what do we got now? He switches over to Norra. Let's see, we'll get rid of Pytos. I'm not amped about having it here. The Mystic Shot, though, I do want to hang on to. If he's got Norra and is able to start generating portals, we're never going to recover out of that. Nice top deck in the Yordle Squire.
Got this from a side quest.
don't have to waste any value on our Urchin or Kennen combos.
Party member down. Joy is a good look in a book and a cat in the lap.
All right, Norra has been removed. Pretty cool. What do we got now? Flame Chompers.
I possess the secrets of Kinku.
It's interesting here. I don't think he's ever just gonna run out the unit, but we do have this opportunity to perhaps just discard Flame Chompers, and then have the mana for Tiny Spear. It leaves that spell back in our hand, but I wonder if he zings us, if he ever just gets us here. Doesn't seem like it, at least in this instance. I wonder, I mean, we didn't have to play the Kennen. We could have led with the Zonite Urchin to get the Flame Chompers on board. Maybe that would have been a better angle to take there.
I seem to have misplaced my, self. Anything helps.
Alright, well, he's gonna get to do his thing. We can't stop this Norra. We do have a lot going on here, though. I mean, this is a pretty powerful turn in multiple ways. We can look to just go ahead and pie toss down the Norra. We also have this Flame Chompers ready with a Tiny Spear. I'm not entirely certain what the best angle is, because as we try to build up to Jinx as well, I think what I'm leaning towards is just banking. We'll see if he hits his portal on next turn, and then that's going to let us know if we need to do anything with this pie toss. Didn't hit. It's okay. Might be missing out on a couple of points of damage this way, though. Alright, well, he's got all the portals. It's not super likely that we're going to be dealing too much combat damage the rest of the way. Go ahead and spin the pie tosses. I'm going to go ahead and play Kennen. We need to start building into this Jinx. I don't want it to be like super obvious that that's what we're doing, but I also don't want to just pass with a fuckload of mana up. So let's just start doing it, you know? We can take this 3 bank into next turn, but I don't think we're giving up too much in this way. The Electro Harpoon comes in to tell us what a dum-dum we are, but I mean, I think this is going to be reasonable. All those units get the stats. That's kind of bonkers. We have to just stop with the combat right now. We can't waste this. Oh, I like that. I was not expecting him to just give up on the turn. Okay, well we can start to do Jinx stuff. He is gonna get an opportunity to play broad mains, but what's that get us? It gets us 1 death rocket, if that's gonna be the thing. Ooh, no broad mains this turn, no 6s, so our Jinx should be safe for the round. Can't mini morph, can't play broad main, can't do any of the big removals and stuff. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah. God damn it. This is like that's the only spell that you can hit with there. You can't do that with you can't do that with a early bird. It's slow. Okay. There is a pretty limited spell set within Bandle City though, so it's not crazy to think that he would hit there, but that's fucking painful. Oh, is he just playing these things? No, just the conchologist has been generating them. Alright. Is what it is. So we'll see if we draw Jinx next turn. I don't... Alright. We'll save some time. I won't chase that 1%er. I don't know. That's... it's always tough to me in the sense there that, like, we gave up on that one Kennen spell. And that's, you know, what starts to really kind of matter in these spots is to where we just ran out of that like little bit of space. I don't know. I don't know if we angled that wrong or not. All right, though. Off to the next one. Big old 1-drop start. We're going to kick it off with Bird. Most certainly get a 3-power unit down next turn. We have to see if he has the Mariam, though. It'll be kind of interesting to see where this Chime lands. It's on Flame Chompers. So let's kick it off with the Yordle Squire. I want to see what comes down. Like, we're most certainly playing one of these units, and, I mean, if we go and Urchin the Flame Chompers, we're not going to have the mana to Yordle Squire and Tiny Spear, right? We can't do everything that we want to do in the turn, but this is like if, at least if he does something weird with Acorn or something, we might find a way to get a good Flame Chompers combat. And then, like, this Flame Chompers combat isn't that bad. We get in for 6 damage, and the Mariam doesn't kill the Flame Chompers, and so helps us build up to another round of good combats. We do have to worry about the... we do have to start worrying about things like Rocket Barrage, though, next turn. See, and that guy did play a Caustic Rift against us earlier, so we'll see. Like, he's just kind of sitting here leaning and thinking on that bit of mana. I think... Let's just stop. I don't know. It feels like we're just about to get zinged by that spell. I think we're good to just open here. And then when the Caustic Rift comes in, we're now at least good to switch over to Arena Promoter. 9 lives. Okay. Manageable. Definitely manageable. Okay. As bad as things could have gone, I think that went pretty well. Alright, so who do we want? Here. We need the cheaper units. We're not taking Trumpet Techer here, so I think it's probably a Mecha Forcer. It's a very, you know, survivable kind of unit. We could potentially get Mecha Forcer and Jinx down this turn and then start trying to do Jinx stuff next turn because she'll have Spell Shield when we open. And I think I really like that. This looks good to me. So go Mecha Forcer, we add in Jinx.
Stands for Jinx.
Right. Now we open and Jinx has Spell Shield, so it's going to take quite a bit of work to get her off of board.
Where's the doorman?
Okay. She has survived the round. So let's do it this way. We're going to get everybody down, but there's a definite angle that we get to do stuff with these Kennen blasts onto the tail of the dragon.
I have mastered the rain, lightning, and cloud styles.
See how that lands. This also gets us in a spot to where we can technically protect Jinx with this Lightning Rush. So if he starts casting burn spells on Jinx, we can lightning rush her back. Or this kind of spot as well, to where we potentially just hit death rockets. I think we're going to get to double Jinx here, right? So if we say high toss onto this thing, lightning rush our Jinx away. Oh, no, that doesn't work entirely how we want. We're still going to have that squeaker in hand. So she's tried to mess that up. I tried my best. Tried my best. Who do we take off the squeaker? These little dippers just suck so much. I think we just want Mecha Forcer again. Now we see what happens. He's got to do something, right? He can't just let us open for 1 billion damage next turn.
No fight I can't win.
Maybe he can. Here's our guy. So I think we do actually want to load up our strongest unit with the bonus stats here. Hook Sett out of combat, swing in with everybody. Now we can try and follow up with Jinx. Right, you typically want to put the bonus stats onto your shittiest unit so that as he comes in and casts these combat tricks across our units, he's not getting to snipe down the highest value target. But I think with the spell shield, he's going to have like a burn spell and a concussive palm, and then he's not really able to take this thing off the board.
I call it pit grit. It's got cherries.
Alright, let's see if we got that kill now. He didn't tag out the mixologist. I was thinking there's a spot here to where he could tag out the mixologist and then coin and replay it and have enough health. He hasn't immediately conceded, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nopify or a Deny or something come down on the Jinx, or on the Death Rocket, but I think we're in pretty good shape here. Sett needs to do a bunch of work next turn. What do we got? Kennen and Bird. This Jinx isn't flipping. That's that's not happening. And Karma. Oh boy. Is he gonna spend the 12 this turn? Oh shit. Did we add too much stuff? He needs to spend 3 more mana. He has coins and stuff. Oh, Jesus. We might have gotten a little greedy with what we added to the board. If he gets to do the oh god damn it. Let's say if he gets to do the Sett spell. Exactly had it. Oh, Jesus. Alright, let's see what we can do. I got a top deck Jinx or something.
Peace begins within.
I mean, maybe we added too many units to the board at the end. There wasn't... This is like it felt pretty close to being able to hit with those 2 units at the end of the turn. Sure. And see if we can fight through this nonsense. Low back. Okay. This is the fun thing with Karma Sett. The game is over 99% of the time, but it's going to be at least 2 more attacks before he's able to kill us, and so I guess we just got to sit here and wait. See if something turns up, I guess. we get the counter onto Sett, there is a real chance that we get to fight through an additional handful of turns. Alright, I'm done with this. Alright, GG. Ugh, that's tough though. That's frustrating. I mean, I don't know. It's a very, very strange collection of stuff to have to go wrong in that spot to have that come down and get our board AoE'd. Like, I'm sure he physically sat there and counted and realized he had the 12 mana to spend, and so that's how he did it. But like, maybe we should have just been passing. I don't know. It's just giving him the opportunity to play more cards on the following turn, right? We're trying to develop an open attack so we can attack with 2 or 3 units wider than what he has. And if we just pass through the turn and start adding units and he gets to refill his mana, he gets to start adding them back in. Just seeing them at like 3 cards in hand, it seems pretty tough to get up to 12. So, like, even if you've micromanaged it well the whole way, it's still a tough space to physically draw the cards in the correct order to have exactly the right amount of mana there. Whew, nonetheless, GG. On to the next one. What do we got here? Same kind of stuff? Alright. Take out Morgana. Man, as much as this has gone, like I feel like we completely nailed what was going to happen with this meta. It's been, I think, every single match but one. We played either against Karma Sett or we played against the Teemo deck. It's just like such a very reasonable space to design your lineup around. All right, tippy tips, come on, just pick one and let's go. It's not that big of a choice. Go and look at my history and look at all our deck lists and then figure out what the Teemo deck is and make the decision. All right, good job. All right, let's kick things off with Norra, I guess. Alright, so what do we got? Like the early game start, reasonable enough with the Yordle Explorer, Bandle City Mayor. I do like the 3 health start up against Karma Sett. Teemo getting the pop-up. We'll go ahead and run him out. Should be good for a few extra points of damage here. Don't think this is the kind of space to where we want to wait until turn 3. Try and get the big values with the Bandle City Mayor getting him down for free and the Yordle Explorer giving him a stat boost. Alright, let's run him out. Looks like we're taking an Explorer. I think we want the Scholarly Pioneer. They all cost the same. He seems to be the most combat effective here. Opponent does not have much of an early game start. Swing in here, squad. Ariam making it to the show. Nope. Okay.
Coin buys drink or news. I've got both.
Alright, Bandle City Mayor, it's your time. Got anybody cool in here? I do like the Tenor of Terror. He's not really presenting anything to us that makes me say, okay, we have to open attack next turn. Now, the thing with next turns, we really want to have 5 mana, right? So we want to be able to Heroic Refrain and Tenor. Looks like we just have the mana for everything here. So we'll take this, no problem. Gonna drop in the Pioneer. We're gonna take the Destroy a Landmark in case Sunken Temples come down. Doesn't really strike me as a Sunken Temple kind of game, but you know, if he survives this attack somehow and drops a Sunken Temple on his next turn, it would be kind of nice to be able to fight through it. But he's very limited in what he can do here. Sett doesn't do anything. The burn spells are fairly ineffective. I think we're going to be in good shape. Says we're coming in for 16. Oh shit. That was off. I just assumed our spell was going to be enough to end the day, and we are short. Oops, that's my bad. I was like, oh, this is an easy lethal here. We just got to cast our one spell, and the day is done. Oops, a little bit of an oops. All right, the mathematics didn't stop us here. All right, onward and upward with Narzed. What do we got? That's not a hand. Get this out of here. I'm gonna find some Omen Hawks and some Snow Dogs and stuff. Not the greatest start. Not the greatest. It's a nice curve, right? You look at this hand and go, ooh, we got a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4, but it's not really executing what our deck is trying to do, right? We want to get some early game unit boosts down. We want to grow the stats of the units within our deck and not necessarily be like, here's a Tusk Speaker and an Elixir of Iron, right? We're not just not functioning in the way we want. Zed though, can we Zed this turn? I mean, it's like we have the Elixir of Iron. Maybe he fights through quite a bit with the Elixir. It's just like looking at his mana here and having the full 6, you know, worries me that he's going to get a bunch of spells chained on him. But like this is more than fine. Having one of the spells have to be Concussive Palm.
Beat the drum. You cannot win.
Okay. Ooh.
Drinks are cold.
Set up a big stage hand turn next turn. I think I like it. Gnar doesn't play well onto this board. Let's add in the Pioneer. I'm going to take another spot to where we just take the landmark removal. And then I'm going to look to stage hand onto the Mixologist, and then we'll hook the tail of the dragon with the Pioneer. And then we'll see where we'll see where that gets us in terms of flipping Zed and dealing a ton of damage. Now, if he gets to come out with Sett, that's a touch of a problem. Sett is pretty strong here, because we can't stop him next turn. But, I mean, I think we just got to go for the big damage blast if that's what comes down. But, I mean, it's like 8. So it's a lot. I don't know. Somebody else can do the math on how many damages that is. Where are we at? 8? And 9? 15 or so? This feels overly aggressive.
Your wickedness shall not prosper.
Right now he's gonna try and Mystic Shot or something, and then we still have the Sky Splitters and stuff. I'm okay with that.
My skill is unrivaled.
Alright, Zed, fight through, fight start, fight hard, fight strong. You're still here. You're still alive, my dude.
Something for your nerves, boss.
Nah, wouldn't want to miss a second of the action.
If we seek forgiveness, we
Well,
must.
I think we got to go for this. This is essentially trading a stage hand for a
Embrace
Zed.
your fate, as I have mine.
It just seems like we're getting so close to the build-up that we need. Gnar can come in. We have that Nopify if we need it, but the big thing here, of course, is going to be the Battle Fury.
They won't suffer long. Let's throw down.
Let's throw down. See if that's enough. There's a lot he can have, a bounce spell, a concussive palm, whatever, but if we do this preemptively, right, if we drop the Battle Fury before combat, then it does leave us in that space to where he just throws down the blocks and lets Gnar through.
Hey, May, whip up anything special for tonight?
I call it pit grit. It's got cherries.
Looking pretty far away at this point. I was having high hopes of getting some survivability with these Nopifies, trying to get a big tempo play or something, and it just didn't quite come together. So we'll add in the Pioneer. We don't need Landmark anymore. I guess we just take heal at this point. Yeah, this looks pretty bleak. Sky Splitter is not what we were looking for.
Give it up for the reigning champ!
Something for your nerves, boss.
Nah,
Okay.
wouldn't want to miss a second of the act.
All right, get ourselves into game 3. I forget what his other deck was. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Oh yeah, Jinx Kennen. But yeah, that was definitely not what our deck was looking to do. You really want to get one of those unit boosts in the early game, and that's what helps you snowball into the later game. And so, like, if you're able to play the Snow Dog on 2, they don't have good removal for it because it has 3 health, and you get the attack. Your unit on top now has 3 or 4 health. Their removal spells don't really work out. It was, you know, okay in the sense that we had a curve there, but that's not what we're really effectively trying to do. Now this is another spot where it's a pretty bad hand against the likes of Jinx Kennen, looking to take a full mulligan. Look for those same units, the birds and the snow dogs and everything. Didn't find anything. Not having any early plays here is a real pain in the ass. Like we're in this spot to where we probably, you know, we can play Zed on 3, and then opponent can just ignore it. So Bird was the actual best draw that we could have here. We can now at least run out Bird, take a trade with one of these, add in Zed, and then still have the Nopify mana. So that was a real top tier draw. Right, so now if he wants to Mystic Shot Zed, we have the Nopify. See if he can't start clearing out some board. Don't want to trade the Omen Hawk though. He's in the space to where he's going to be able to fill out board faster than we can. And so if he's in a spot to where, you know, he has 7 or 8 units on the board, or wants to put 7 or 8 units on the board, he's capped at 6. But we should hopefully be able to shut those units down with our blockers. Limit that to being an opponent problem and not our problem. Alright, what have we got here? More Gnars? This is not a particularly effective hand. No need to try and flip Gnar this turn. I'm really interested in these Pokey Sticks. And then on opponents on the next turn, we can add Tusk Speaker to get that Gnar flip. But I'm pretty excited to Pokey Stick one of these units down and then potentially get another Pokey Stick next turn.
And them.
That's too dangerous. We'll just take the tempo loss to make him spend a ton of mana. Or the card advantage loss. Curious if there's ever a spot to where he plays the Jinx post-combat, and then we can flip Gnar off of the Tusk Speaker, and then potentially get the Jinx takedown next turn. I want to see how this plays out. We're going to Pokey Stick one of his units off the board like we don't have anything better to do. See if Jinx comes in, and then use that as the setup. Nope. He says, I know better than that, bust. You're not you're not gonna catch me with those shenanigans.
For me, the spirit's dance.
Interesting. I didn't think we were going to get any more Pokey Sticks this turn. It's like it's about to be rolling through, though. So we have the Gnar protection with Elixir of Iron. This strikes me as being some kind of shenanigan for catching a Gnar takedown. But I think we have the angles here to play through it. Add in the other Tusk Speaker now if he goes for the burn spell onto Gnar. We're going to have this Elixir of Iron. I think it's okay. I like getting to add in this extra Pokey Stick. Discards a Jinx. Interesting. Just have another Jinx in hand. Right, and then this has to be a big stage hand turn, right? Like, what else are we doing without these stage hands? Like, how close can we get to lethal, right? I guess that's a valid question. We have the free hook onto Bouncer and Bolt. We can put that in front of Gnar. We need these stage hands to come through unimpeded, is the thing, right? Let's at least lead off with one.
If we seek forgiveness, we must commit all. What we do is so much bigger than us both.
Jinx? Stands for Jinx?
Jinx comes in now. So I'm going to Pokey Stick off the Boom Baboon, and we'll have a stage hand onto Jinx, is the idea. The downside to taking this angle is we can't play Gnar anymore, right? So if he has a way to kill our Gnar, he's not going to be able. He would come down flipped, but we don't quite have it there. One card in hand now.
If you do not have a part to play, take one.
Got it. GG. All right. Next battle. All right, what do we got? Looks like a Karma Sett. Okay, I think the same as the last time kind of applies here, right? With this Seraphine Morgana, I kind of feel like there's probably a bunch of anti-aggro bullshit and heal stuff in here, so we're gonna give that one the ban. Fine to play Karma Sett, and then Norra Elder Dragon. Not, the super ideal match, but probably better than Seraphine Morgana. Is this the same person as before? I don't remember. Feel like the last Seraphine Morgana we played was Morgana Seraphine in the middle. I don't know. Whatever. All right, take a minute to go look up all of our deck lists, see what's happening, and then make your ban. That's the way it be, right? That's the way it be. So what do we got here? Good start? Nope. What are we gonna do? We're gonna mulligan. Look for those unit boosters. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Got the bird and the dog. See what creeps up after that. Going to get Aftershock dog. Sad day for you. You tried hard though. You tried hard. Alright, what do we got now? Gnar creeping up. I'm not amped about adding in a Pioneer here. It's like, what unit is opponent gonna add? Probably nothing, right? If he adds Mariam, then the Ruthless Raider trade kind of sucks. I think I just want to get the Pioneer down. We're going to take the Landmark. In case those Sunken Temples turn up. Let's see where this gets us. And so it seems like a fairly common place for him to just come in and take a bank. But I don't know. Doesn't oh, he's going big. He's going big on the just letting us build. So let's see, let's add Gnar, he should be safe. And then that'll just spike us into this place to where next turn we can add in the Glacial Saurion. Now there is kind of this interesting space to where I always sit around and worry about Sunken Temples. Right, Sunken Temples is the card that's going to actually give us some problems out here. And I do kind of like the idea of adding in these smaller units, adding in the Tusk Speaker, and then seeing how the mana plays itself out. So that he's not just like, okay, I see that you have the Glacial Saurion. It sucks to take 8 damage, but here's my Sunken Temple, and I'm ready to pop off now. Because then it's like as you roll into the next turn, he's just going to play Sett, and then you have to like navigate around it weird. But I don't know. It's like if we get the unit boost, it's kind of nice. This is the higher damage output play as well with the Tusk Speaker into the Saurion. But if he plays Sett this turn, that leaves us having to Wuju style. Alright, Saurion it is. It's very tough. This feels like the critical turn here. Okay. Manageable.
Technique is for lightweights.
Just send that right back. No, thank you. Now we'll see if we can't make a big stagehand turn this round. We'll add in some of these cheaper plays as baits, get this Scholarly Pioneer on the board, And then see if we can't stagehand in for a ton of damage. All these Wuju styles, that's that's asking to be able to deal a ton of damage. Take the heal at this point. Don't think we need double landmark. Love to get this big tempo play. It's a lethal if we get to say play the Ruthless Raider and then set up the stagehand on his other blocker. I mean, it might just be worth going for the stagehand anyways, but yeah, see if like a concussive palm or something comes down. Check on my groceries here real quick. Gotta press the yeses. Let Instacart know. Sure. Sure. All right. He played a card. Where does this get us? We can hook in both and have 7 from the Wuju styles. That doesn't seem like the way to go. Let's just go ahead and stagehand. Do we want to stagehand the smaller unit and then hook? Well, let's stop and count, right? We got 5 and 6. That's 11. Then we'll have the double overwhelms next turn with the Wuju styles. Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hook the concussive palm so that if he does play another unit here, right, if he adds, say, Mariam to the board here, I still want to have good hooks with both the Pioneer. And so if we start to stagehand the smaller play and then he comes in with a Mariam, our hooks aren't going to be good anymore. We're stuck forcing a trade out of the Scholarly Pioneer instead of a pure win. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. Right, so now we get the big strike in. Then ideally, on the next round, we'll either just have enough units to win the game, or what's a more likely case is Wuju styling and overwhelm. Just playing a Naka. You gotta like the just play a Naka angle.
Want a piece of me? Line starts here.
He doesn't have any coins. I don't think we have to worry about him flipping. If he spends 6 mana, he's 1 short. I'm just gonna run it. It's too scary that he just passes. Say LOL, deal with this thing. Right now, if he wants to play a bounce spell, whatever it's called, like he can take his hook, play his bounce spell, and then makes it a little bit more challenging to stop both of our overwhelms next turn.
I saw you looking at me.
I get so many organic groceries this week. Instacart doesn't give a fuck, they say. I just put yes to everything? Jesus. Stop sending me messages. Just gotta eat, you know? Just gotta eat. Alright, let's see how this stuff goes. Do we ever want to try and add Darkened Spear again? Kind of like it. Kind of like it. Make him spend the mana. Concussive Palm would be kind of annoying, but we can still kill through Concussive Palm. We need him to just be on the back foot. Like, my ultimate concern here is, like, we attack, we get a hook into Tail of the Dragon, we get a hook into Sett, we got our Ruthless Raider out here hanging out, and then he just casts his stun spell onto the Ruthless Raider. Now, this doesn't, like, swap it to where, you know, he could just... Oh, fuck, he had Showstopper. That's a pain point. But, I don't know. It just feels like this is the kind of space to where if we open attack, we're not winning. Try and get the takedown now. Maybe we should have, like, hooked Sett with the the Pioneer. That does kind of open us up to the space to where, you know, if he had a burn spell there, we would have been kind of fucked. But I don't know. I don't know how much I like that turn. It feels like we needed one more unit on the board to try and win with combat tricks. We ever just get him with Will of Ionia? Right, he draws all these cards, and then we Will of Ionia something back into his hand. I don't think we're gonna quite get there. He's gonna be able to coin back and stuff, but we can potentially Will of Ionia Sett or something and mess up his game plan. Or if he just doesn't have Sett, that could be pretty cool as well. But as it stands right now, if he gets, I'm gonna say, if he gets too clever without playing the coin, and he casts a spell, and then we get to Will of Ionia Karma. That's going to be pretty huge as well. Doing a bunch of bullshit, sure. Trying to find something.
Coin buys drink or new.
Smooth mixologist isn't the something he was looking for.
My business to know the odds.
Unfortunately, 9 of 10. You're really hoping he's at 10 of 10 somehow. So you send the karma back, and then he doesn't get any additional, or she just gets warped away to the Nether. But not quite there. I'm curious if we shouldn't have played Explorer's Refreshments first. I thought about it, right? My, minor concern here is he tries and plays like a Mystic Shot on the Pioneer or something. But I was ultimately worried that we wouldn't have the mana to return stuff to the board if it gets bounced. All right. Oh, and his Sett just got melted? Interesting. Alright, let's see how close this gets us. I have to imagine it's pretty far away. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're one short at this point. Burn spells. Burn spells. Burn spells. Damn. Fine. Alright, we'll clear that nonsense out, I guess. Nothing else to really do here. I'm gonna take another 15 minutes to finish this game off. That got a 2% chance to win.
Ionia speaks through me.
I don't know. It still comes down to that one critical turn to where we decided to replay the Anaka and got hit with showstoppers. Like, I don't know. It just feels like it's too easy to interact with that singular unit. Oh, this is so boring. Okay, this is fine. If we're going to be protecting units with Elixir of Iron, we want to do it on the critical attack. I don't want to let him just kind of like pick and choose and cherry pick the board and stuff. It needs to be on the attack that matters when we're sending units in and he's trying to prevent our damage with his burn spell. So Anaka is probably worth trying to protect with the Elixir of Iron, but the other unit was not. Do something relevant. This is so boring. Okay, sure. Alright, on to the next one. Sucks to lose on that match. That's the, the one that we're really needing to take down. But didn't quite fall. On to Norra. So what do we got? I'm cool with Zed, but I don't want 2 copies of Zed. So let's get rid of everything else. Again, we're going to look for the unit boosts. We want our Omen Hawks. We want our Snow Dogs. Not a bunch of combat tricks, but we'll see what turns up. We get a big investment in Zed on turn 3. Might be able to kind of pop off from there. Bird. And with this, like I'm kind of okay. I've talked about this a fair bit in recent videos here as to where you're playing against removal spell decks and you have all of these combat tricks and you need units to cast combat tricks on, but it is kind of dangerous just running Omen Hawk out because it dies to literally everything, and we'd really kind of like to have it on turn 2 to block Norra with. And is that 1 point of damage really worth it as opposed to rolling into turn 2, opponent plays Norra, we play Omen Hawk, and then we have the opportunities to interact, to where, if it's just on turn 1, that doesn't really come together. But, if we hit a 2-drop on turn 2 and then just get to continue on this delightful curve, then that's something that's more in the spectrum of pretty powerful. And so I feel like it's probably a mistake to just drop it on 2. But let's see what the neighborhood-friendly Zed's able to do. Curious to see if he casts a spell right now. It's a very dangerous time to cast spells against Zed, right? If he casts, random burn spell on Zed and then we sky split, then he's going to be able to deal extra damage the rest of the way. I don't think we want to attack with Omen Hawk. Let's just send Zed. It's like, I think the Perilous Pastry is going to be post-combat. Like, he's just going to block Zed and try to prevent the flip, play the Pastry post-combat. But I do want to try and yank these spells out of his hand. I'd love to see a Mystic Shot or something roll in, or Group Shot, whatever the Bandle City spell is going to be offering. Let's get to have that massive pile of health on Zed. Right, it counters counters that first pie toss, counters the second spell, and then he's filled back up to maximum health. So it kind of prevents the next one from dealing with him. See if something comes in. It says, "Uh-oh, you got all the answers, huh?" I guess these little burn spells aren't going to be enough to take Zed down. Nonetheless, we really need to draw a unit here. And Gnar. You're a unit. Got what we asked for. How do we feel about losing Battle Fury? Like, we can't just Nopeify this thing and play Zed next turn? Or play Gnar next turn? It's like, I'm just kind of inclined to believe we're not going to get a better Nopeify than this. It's just there's no spells in this deck that really matter, right? Just all these cheap little burn spells. we still got to pass. I won't leave. I won't tap out for Gnar to leave the Zed unprotected. Now this is interesting. I am willing to play like a Sky Splitter here to take this unit off of the board. He's not going to deal enough damage to kill Zed, and then he just out a blocker. Here's the one he's seen. This is very odd to me. There's no way for 1 mana to deal 2 damage, right? There's no combat tricks, like a Flame Spitter wouldn't do it. This seems legit. Alright, so now we can just build up to this Battle Fury. He wants to play a 6th cost unit next turn. Kind of whatever about that. Yeah, I got it. Look at this dumb stuff. Gotta make sure I get my dinners, you know. Bust gotta eat. Alright, so there's the Zed flip, and then we should be able to go into next turn, play Tusk Speaker. Ideally finish off with the Battle Fury. Battle Fury has no guarantees, right? There's many morphs, there's wallops to try and stop it, but if we do look to Battle Fury, we can perhaps preemptively Battle Fury the Zed. Oh, he's got more early birds. Okay, that's off the table. I was gonna say we could say Battle Fury Zed and then attack and get the Fury spread across the 2 units, but opponent says that won't be necessary. I got more early birds. Okay, let's go ahead and Pokey Stick face. We don't have enough to do here. So we'll send in the Pokey Stick, follow up with the Tusk Speaker, and then see how close we can get next turn. Gotta feel like Zed is safe. Saurion's just bigger. And then we probably just keep playing units next turn, right? Like, this damage matters never. The pain point for opponent here would be if they add in a Windsinger. But we attack around Windsinger pretty easy. Like, Lord Broadmane would be the more annoying one, right? So say he Lord Broadmanes and then he's able to cast a bunch of like group shots in the middle of combat. That's the thing I worry about a little bit more. The other thing to note is we have this kind of hidden 2 points of burn in hand. Not super easy to see. Well, if he Lord Broadmanes, he's only got 1 mana behind, right? I think we're okay. Let's just add these dum-dums to the board and we'll swing in afterwards. We'll still be okay even if Zed gets killed. We have all the angles here with the Wuju style or something, a wallop in front of an overwhelm. We're gonna be fine. What was this? Broadmane. Gotcha. Heal 2, sure thing.
I heard the war song in the way.
Yep. Alright. GG. Alright, game 3. Back to Jinx, Kennen. See what they can do. See how many group shots our 2-1s have to eat. So what do we got? A big old pile of ones? Sure. So I'm going to lead off with the Yordle Squire, but then I'm going to take the armor. This is just the kind of place to where their blockers all have like 1 health or 2 health, and you never need to get up to 3 attack to take them down. But as he's going to come in and start playing pie tosses and group shots and stuff, we have the legitimate chance to protect a unit. So hang on to the shield. I don't think the 1 damage is going to come up as frequently as the protection that we get keeping the units on board. Alright, ready to attack. Rip Kennen. Rip Zonite Urchin. What you got? Make a... That's weird. Oh, it's -2 power and vulnerable and -1 power and can't block. I assume he's just going to stack up on Bird. He's pretty discardable at this point. It's kind of unfortunate. The thing I was kind of angling towards this turn is playing Bird for the Chime. Or playing Bird and then playing a unit behind for the Chime. But what if... Like, we want the Chime to land on Flame Chompers now, is the angle we're trying to take. Let's do this. Let's add in Kennen.
I am lightning. I break the
I'm
wind.
gonna discard the Mark of the Storm to the Zonite Urchin.
And if it helps.
And then I'm gonna add in Bird. I'm gonna add in this new Bird. He's got the Conchologist, you know, kind of primed and ready to to vulnerable him in. And so at least this way we get the extra, the opportunity for the extra stats. Lands on Squeaker. It's a pretty good Squeaker. I guess we just give up on the Flame Chompers at this point. Pretty easy Trumpet Tecker. We have a board well developed to add him in. Let's give everybody the bonus stats. Take the big open attack on turn 6 before he's able to do shenanigans. I like it. All the birds. Okay. I can live with that. I was looking to add in the tiny shield, right? We could say put the tiny shield on Flame Chompers, hook the Conchologist and not lose a unit. But I don't think that's going to be a necessity here.
Ready, Hammer? And if it helps.
Just do one of these. Okay. See where that gets us. Really hoping we get the he plays something that doesn't matter, and then we get to get the big stat bonuses off of the Trumpet Tecker. Oh, you fucking kidding me? God damn it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Finder shares.
Still got a very healthy collection of damage rolling through next turn, but fucking early bird. immediately hitting the units off of off the thing. I think we'll get in 4 damage here.
Persistence is key.
But, I mean, at least the kind of perk to this space is he doesn't get to play a 6-cost unit this turn. Okay. Looks like it's going to be a Lord Broadmane next turn. We're getting close. I mean, Jinx is pretty excited to see this stuff. I'll hang on to the Flame Chompers for the moment. If we pick up a blowback, I want to have that extra damage to come out of it. Arena Promoter's good as well. Alright, Arena Promoter, what you got? Something we can cast, right? I don't think we want to go for Trumpet Tecker here. It's like, how's this game going to sequence out? He's going to play like a 6-cost unit. 6-cost unit's not going to be a... it's not going to be a dragon. If he had dragon, he would have played it and attacked with it. I mean, Lord Broadmane is the one that makes sense. I think if he had Saiyan Thousand-Tailed, he would have played it beforehand. It just strikes me as he's going to play Lord Broadmane, and then he's going to try and do stuff like Pie Toss down Squeaker in the middle of combat. That's right, so this is going to target a unit out here. Now we can add Mecha Forcer to the board, and it's like it gives him a lot of time if we're going to go for the big boy. Now we're also kind of in a spot to where we can look to put Mecha Forcer onto Squeaker to give him some Broadmane protection. He kind of needs to cast a spell right now if he wants to protect. Man, that's a big chunk of damage we're missing out on. Okay. Need to hit with this 6 out here to the left.
What do you say?
Any 6 leaves us in pretty good shape, right?
What do you say?
I'm just gonna let that happen. I don't think there's any like fast speed ways he can do this, but kind of prefer him to just cast a 6-cost unit and try and put the heal on the stack, and then we blow back with it on the stack. I think that's the angle to take. I don't know. Maybe it's not. This feels a lot safer when he doesn't have a big pile of mana. Alright, so GG. Well played. Victory unlocked. See where this gets us. 2 battles to go. 1 or 2 battles to go. Those are the only options. That's all you can do. Oh, there we go. Opponent found. And so this is fine. This is a pretty easy ban onto Morgana. Up against Annie, Jen, Narzed, so we get to see the aggro bros of the world coming out, doing a little bit of battles together. I dig it. So many replacements. All right. So what do we got? Narzed up against Annie, Jen, sure thing. Gonna be looking for those cheap units, those early game plays. They turned up. They turned up. This is an interesting Zed, I think. We probably just have to keep him, right? He's so good. Like, he's good if he gets to attack. There's just a lot of spaces to where you play Zed on 3 and then your opponent gets to run out the, like the stun bird or something. But at the end of the day, I think that's probably fine. Love to see this trade here. There's no way he ever blocks. But I'm also curious if, like, we don't just try and run out the Pioneer on 3 so we get to dictate how the combats go. He's not going to like seeing this Snow Dog. He wouldn't have liked seeing this Snow Dog even if it didn't have the bonus stat. But the interesting thing with him now is if he's going to play a... I'm going to maintain width here. If he's going to play a stun bird next turn, then it would come down and hit the Zed. But in this space, like now that we've blocked with the Snow Dog for the damage prevent, I want to play the Pioneer so that we can get the hook onto Annie. So if he wants to protect Annie now, he's going to have to play the stage hand because the bird thing would land onto the Snow Dog. And otherwise, I'll trade the Snow Dog with anything. If he puts any 2-power unit on the board, he drops a Imperial Demolitionist here. I'll trade. Just get that nonsense out of here. Clear out as much board as we can. Okay. Trade Dog for Crackshot Corsair feels pretty good as well. Alright, so the awkward thing here, we don't have the mana to get 2 units on the board, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop in Gnar. You know, it feels like we're pretty far ahead at this point. Annie Jhin hasn't done too many Annie Jhin things. It's like he can get the Annie flip here this turn, and that's okay. As long as he's not getting the shutdown on our units, I feel pretty good about this. And then we can try and hook Annie in next turn with the Scholarly Pioneer if we need to. So the question with this is, do we want to take the damage prevent with Gnar? And I'm pretty okay with that. Like, this just feels like one of these matches where we're super far ahead, we have a bunch of value shit in hand. As long as we're just not dying, then I feel like everything's going okay. Can't Tibbers next turn, right? I guess that's a valid concern. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and give up the bird. Is that right? No, it's not. Well, it's interesting in that we have the heal in hand. So it's like, I want to get this Annie off the board. We have to play Wuju style next turn. Probably want to keep our extra blocker, but it's like sending the Pioneer into the block on the Saboteur and then into Annie next turn means it's going to trade. But man, he's just gonna drop Tibbers after that. Alright, so I'm taking it this way. I'm going to go ahead and heal the Gnar. So if he has a pirouette or something, he doesn't get the stun and the kill onto Gnar. Also takes Gnar up to 3 health, so he gets to survive a Tibbers shot next turn. Now we're in this place to where we can look to Wuju style the Pioneer into Annie. He takes that away from us, that's okay. Leave the dog at home, just send Gnar. Don't want to build up this, I don't want to build up this Tibbers at this point. I think we're still in pretty good shape. So what's this? Annie comes in for 6. We're not going to take that much. We can put the dog in front and it won't die. He lets him follow up with Tibbers at this point, but I think that's okay. Just prevent, prevent, prevent. It's all about trying to ruin this Pioneer. Alright, let's see where that gets us. Definitely ready to start adding in Zed. And then we'll see. I don't suspect we're going to need to Wuju style out of this, at least this turn. But this looks good.
This land is ours.
And we have the second one for whatever Tibbers blocks. I don't care about saving these defensive ones. He should be so far behind at this point that they aren't necessary. I guess there's a world where he draws Jhin and makes some kind of really big time Jhin play. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Alright, let's see where that gets us. Gotta remember now, if we could get the Scholarly Pioneer off the board, it's got an Anaka underneath, so could be relevant at some point.
Whoa! I can see the magic.
I think we're all done here. I think it's safe to say that this game is finito. Opponent still wants to hang out and do stuff. That's okay. All right, here's a Pioneer for a heal. Gonna add the Ruthless Raider in behind. Next turn, we'll open with the refreshments onto self. Like, I don't think there's anything that's going to deal 10 damage to us, but we'll take that away. Start coming in with these sweet old attacks.
Leave nothing standing.
Surprisingly, Zed is our smallest unit, so we don't need the two living shadows coming in. Cool. On to Jinx Kennen. I bet his Gnar Zed has a bunch of elusives in it. I wonder if he got the memo from old FTP Bust on on how to build Gnar Zed. Try to give people the knowledge, you know, but not everybody listens.
Anything else? Help the poor?
And a snow dog. So how are we going to handle this combat? Like, it's one of these things I kind of want to get it off of the board, but I don't want to get like overly invested in it. We are going to be like dropping fresh flame chompers next turn. Maybe it's okay to just go ahead and take it off board, but I don't really want to be giving up our units here. Like, that's giving up a lot to get rid of this thing. We'll just attack around. Like, I would prefer to be to be spending our Yordle Squires on elusives. So it's like we add the Squire, we discard Flame Chompers to the Zaunite Urchin, and then we're gonna have the opportunity to potentially, you know, boost onto an elusive.
I am the blade in the darkness.
So I don't care if Zed blocks any of these units, right? If he wants to trade an Elixir of Iron for a unit, that's fine, because we are lined up with Electro Harpoon for next turn. And then if he just wants to block and trade, that's pretty okay as well. Blasted through.
Hang on, Buzzball.
So see, Greenglade Duo comes in. That's the kind of unit that I would prefer to be hooking down with the Flame Chompers. His has that bonus health on it, which is kind of meh, but that was the kind of angle we were looking for. Now I think we just want to get stuff on board and ready to block. So let's get Bird down. Right, we're going to block one Zed and then follow up with the Flame Chompers Boom Baboon. It's like I just don't want to play these burn spells and stuff pre-combat. I want to give him the chance to just spend a bunch of mana when he doesn't need to. We're gonna block Zed so he's not able to attack positively next turn. These Snow Dogs are still annoying, but I think this is okay. So my big concern with this kind of thing is him having the big overwhelm next turn. Like, this attack is good. We're hopefully forcing blocks with Zed and Dum Dum over here, getting us in a spot to where we can follow up with the Electro Harpoon and get these units cleared out. Just the thing we have to worry about now is if he has, like, Overwhelm into Overwhelm or something. And so the Arena Promoter is pretty interesting here, giving us a big blocker. And then potentially we have some follow-up with if he plays a combat trick onto Zed or something, we can harpoon after the fact. A lot of Sky Splitters. Get him to 4. So who do we want here? I think we just want a cheap bro. The Mecha Forcers are, again, pretty good in these spaces. Boost onto Flame Chompers or whatever. Probably want to just go ahead and play it. I think this is the space to where, like, I mean, I don't really expect a bunch of big overwhelms to come in at this point, but having that big booty could be what we need to get the final protection here. We didn't land any burn spells here. This is my major fright in this point. I think we need to Sump Dredger and just discard something. So let's replace Dude, discard Yordle Squire, look for a burn spell. Fuck.
Let's move.
They followed the wrong master.
That's 7 on board. We died to Wuju Styles. This is what it is. Tried to find the burn. Yep. Yeah. All right. Let's take it on to that game 3. Sure. But yeah, there was no point in there like where we could have played the Electro Harpoon. The angle I was trying to go for there is we're never going to like burn one of these these 2 health units off of the board. That's just asking to get back in that same spot to where, you know, he casts a Sky Splitter and then gets in additional damage. The thing that I was trying to do there is, like, say, pick up a Mystic Shot or pick up a Blowback. So if he needs to keep adding units to the board to grow his Gringlade duo, then it's going to give us a spot to where we get to cast our Electro Harpoon at slow speed and then burn him out in the middle of combat or with the Harpoon on the stack. All right, though. Up against Annie Jhin, let's see what we can do. I will hold on to the Harpoon here. It does give us a way to take Annie down off of the board. And then otherwise, I really like these 1-drop heavy starts.
I never miss. Finger on the trigger. I've got it
Interesting.
covered.
Was not expecting that to come through. I guess that makes sense. But that's not a pie toss I usually like to take. All right, we took the bonus attack here, just planning on discarding the tiny spear.
And war.
Start sending the squad in.
No backing down.
Explosives primed.
It's like, I'm curious here what we do with this augmented clock link. I'm pretty certain we just discard it now. I want to prevent everything that he's able to do and then start getting Jinx going. And so we're going to Harpoon. We're going to cast Thing. Leave the Mystic Shot in hand so we can start casting these other burn spells off. And then hopefully Jinx is enough to carry the day. There's a fair amount of value that we just gave up there in getting rid of that guy, but I think it's okay. See where this gets us. It's tough for him to add a relevant unit. Like Jhin is the only really good blocker. The bird would be annoying. Pirouette's fine.
Ready, hammer?
Does have Jhin in hand though. Stunbird rolls in, no Jhin for the turn, that's fine. We'll add our Arena Promoter. Discard the Chomps. Leaning towards the Mecha Forcer. Again, it's just so good with this Flame Chompers on board. It's the cheapest one that we can play. We can add it to the board. We'll still have mana for burn spells this turn.
Remember the objective.
All looks pretty good to me.
For the glory of Noxus.
Down to Jhin and 2 cards in hand. Or Jhin and 1 other card in hand. I'm going to prevent all the damage here. I just have to imagine if this game drags on, we're just going to be in a better and better and better spot. Do plan to open attack, though. Well, yeah, we don't really need to open. What could really be harmful in hand? Like, I'm eyeballing this Perilous Pastry onto the bird. And then just following up with Jinx. But having Jinx get popped by Nox and Fervor does sound pretty bad.
I'm ready.
That's not right. Is that right? We can hit for 10 and just burn him out? What is this, 6, 7? I think I do like that.
No backing down.
Takes him to... Alright. Cool, we just went. Easy peasy, I guess. Alright, so I do think that'll get us a top cut. You know, we want to play this last match to see if it's guaranteed or not. I'm pretty certain that in the past few opens that the 8 and 3s have been getting in. It might be a waitlist kind of scenario. I don't entirely remember or know, but we're definitely going to take on this final battle, see if we can't snatch that guarantee, not have to deal with that waitlist nonsense. All right, off we go. Opponent immediately found. What do we have here? We got Lurk, we got Taliyah, Lissandra, and Norra. What is that? Norra Evelynn? I'm not entirely certain what Stolen Conch is doing here, but the ones that kind of strike me as the pain points, I'm just not excited to play against Lurk. It does exceptionally well against a handful of our decks. I don't think I respect the Norra deck, so we'll leave it up. And then Taliyah, Lissandra, I mean, I haven't played against it in a long time. It strikes me as kind of like playing against Volibears, to where if they spike the AoE, they get you, but if they don't have it, then it's bad. It's just it's just like the way I live my life. I just have such a hard time respecting and not banning Lurk, but I don't think that our matchups against it are very good. All right, leading off up against that Evelynn Norra deck. Don't have any answers to Norra right from the get-go, but we'll hold on to Pytos. I typically think there should be some early game stuff that we can spike with it, and then we did hit the Bandle Commando, so we should have a blocker for Norra whenever she turns up. Trade here if he sends. Okay, Bandle Commando.
Baddies beware, Mama's got a gun.
Norra gonna turn up? Nope.
Serving lead.
All right, not a bad start. Hopefully we can start to pop off with the Mayor and the Owlcats and stuff. Drop in the Mayor, get the Owlcat for free and the like. I do kind of this turn though. If he has a Husk, we would like to kill the Husk so he can't just drop Evelynn, but that's something that we should be able to just deal with next turn as well. Now with this, I'm going to take the free unit and the Fereth. I think that we'll be safe that way, right? We play the bird this turn, Fereth next turn. He's on the free. These Grumble Slugs do look pretty good, though. I don't like any of the targets for Wandering Shepherd at this point, although like coming into a 4-mana turn with, well, we can't Shepherd and Paparo. All right, let's take the Grumble Slug.
Where's my speech?
Pops in your hat. I put it in your hat this morning.
And I think this is okay as well if he's going to say like pop us with a Culling Strike or whatever it's called onto our Bandle City Mayor. Interesting shot onto the Bandle Commando. Feels like Norra's kind of slow at this point. Here it comes. Sure.
How dare they?
Alright, so yeah, let's lead in with the Grumble Slug. Like, I don't think this is a turn to where we're going to be attacking with Paparo, right? He just strikes me as just trading with the Junk Construct, which doesn't seem very good. But, you know, we have pretty reasonable targets for the majority of our spells. Ew. Yordle Captain is annoying. I wonder if we attack with both units if he actually blocks. Like, it... Oh, it's fine either way. None of the units get boosted by the cards that matter here. Alright, Paparo in. Another Bandle City Mayor does look pretty strong. And then on our next attack token, we're gonna pop with Genevieve. And so it is a little scary here. He can get a bunch of husks on the board, and then you know, have the big stat husks for the Evelynn next turn. But I mean, I'm really liking this Bandle City Mayor maybe finding a 2-drop and then getting to add Genevieve next turn. So Portal Pioneer. would be able to come down on the board here for free. Otherwise, yeah, it's got to be him. Then you're trying to figure out the math poorly. So do we want to cast any of these spells? I'd like to cast something. I think like we probably want to just say Tiny Spear Paparo so that he's more combat effective next turn. Like that's the #1 block opponent's going to present. Then we can add in the Portal Pioneer. Gonna look to take the Blunder here. Very potentially useful against all of these keywords. And then next turn it'll be time for Genevieve. All right. Pretty easy tough. But losing doesn't holy shit, he hit all 3. All right, not bad, not bad. But we should be pretty effective here though, right? We're gonna have the Genevieve hook into Norra. We'll follow up with the Genevieve hook into the Yordle captain, and then we're gonna do that thing, right, to where we attack with Genevieve to the left, and then she boosts the rest of our team. The question here to me is, are we going to want to add Teemo in just to replace the Portal Pioneer? That doesn't strike me as too effective.
These woods belong to us.
Some encouraging words.
Then we should get a good, get a pretty good heroic refrain. The whole reason we wanted to bank that 3 mana here. Where are you at? Protect Preparo. Oh, hang on. What do our stats look like? Okay, he's killing all of our stuff. I was like, something doesn't seem right here. But no, we'll protect here. Why isn't Genevieve boosting all? Oh, Genevieve's not deathless. Okay. Oh boy, that could have been a disaster. I was like, I was expecting the deathless stuff to start happening and Genevieve to come back and give all the stats to our units, but I kind of blanked on, kind of blanked on what was happening there.
Prepared for anything.
All right, not bad. Still get a very, very Yordle heavy attack next turn. You can ignore the hunting boar. He should be out of portals at this point. Looks like he is. So we'll see if we can't get something happening here. I'd like to take the domination off of the board.
Home is just around the portal.
So how much do we care about this Norra? I mean, she's very close to flipping. We can just say blocker with Teemo. Like, I don't think he attacks with Paparo. We can also just play the, well, I mean, he's playing Bandle City Evelynn.
Let the commerce commence.
Let's just stop here. And say she's not going to attack. We'll have a strong attack next turn. And then we can go from there. The thing. Oh, bring it.
Mustache ready.
Okay. I'm fine to get these units off the board. We can pretty close come to refilling next turn. Let's see if these damages stick. I don't want to get really invested in this combat and then have him play a removal on one of our one healthers that's already in combat. So I think this is okay. We were kind of done with Vandal City Mayor. We don't have any multi-factions in hand as it is. We can get these Paparos going. Probably want the Rascal. Don't have a ton of mana here for Mecha Yordles, but if we hit like a Challenger one or something, that could be pretty good. Mini T's scary, but I mean, we're going to get so much wider than this stuff. So yeah, I mean, we could add the Mecha Forcer. Let's just go Dune Hopper.
This mama is the beast mama.
Squad comes in.
Not
Feels
in
pretty
my
good.
city. You disrupt our peace.
Drop him to 3. He's gonna, looks like he's gonna lose a unit this way. Surprised to see him block the Bilgerat Rascal in that space, but sure. I think we're okay. Yeah, I picked up this. I was hoping that we would spike a spike a electro harpoon. Didn't come together. Now nobody cares if he gains if he gains mana crystals at this point. So we'll go ahead and take the block on Dum Dum over here. Uh-oh. The eclectic collection rolls through. All right, well, we're going to just kill off his whole team and then try and hit with the full board. I mean, I think we got to be in good shape. It's only 9 puff caps and 3 flash bombs. So, not that big a deal. Fuck is this thing? The Crush? Alright, that strikes me as good. He needs to spike quite a bit here. Oh shit, just Zolani? Did we ever just run Zolani out? He's got to be like a 30-30. I mean, how wrong could this ever go? I mean, I can't imagine he has like a flurry of spells that would mess this up, but I like having Wallop for the thing, for the powder keg should we need it. And then, I mean, this seems fine. This all seems okay.
I'll scout ahead.
Deep breath now.
Okay. Owner agrees. It's just one of those weird spots to where, I don't know, if he drops like 2 removal spells and has 2 blocks and we end up in a spot where it might just be a touch short of lethal. When you're at that stage of the game, it's kind of tough to tell. Like, as you're playing against Karma Sett and seeing yourself, you know, you're playing your Anakas against Karma Sett and then they hit you with the Showstopper to stop 2 of your units. I mean, I don't know, that's tough. All right, though, up against Taliyah, Lissandra, hang on to the Pioneer and the Snow Dog. I'm not, like, amped about Scholarly Pioneers in this match, right? We're never going to get, like, a humongous shutdown on Taliyah, Lissandra because we blew up a landmark, but it might be enough to give us a little bit of a tempo swing, especially if he starts getting invested in, like, one landmark. If he plays this one and then plays the -2 thing and then tries to get the big 5 drop on board, we might find a chance to just slap it and really slow him down. But it's not nearly enough to stop the entirety of the Taliyah Lissandra game plan. Oh, Zed. So how do we want to go about this? Like, I was thinking in my head, like, I want to add the Tusk Speaker and hit it with the Darkened Spear. So, you know, we kind of come out and play around his Avalanche style of cards. The thing to worry about here, I think, is, you know, if he just takes the full 3-bank this turn and then tries to Wings of the Cryo Phoenix next turn, how bad of a space are we in? And that doesn't seem bad at all. I think we're okay there. So let's do this. Let's add the Tusk Speaker. Gonna hit it with the Darkened Spear. So now he can combat the Curator. He lives through AoEs and stuff. That's fine. Now we can add in the Zed with the combat trick back up. Pretty strong, pretty strong. The other thing to note here is if his play for turn 5 is the landmarks 4 thing, right? Your 4-mana landmarks can pop. Then we do have the chance to break one of them. Should still be able to get a pretty strong attack in. I think we're okay. I mean, this looks good. I think that's the angle we're going to see opponent take here. They're going to play that random 5-drop that makes your landmarks cheaper, and then he's going to wake up with one more Frozen Thrall next turn.
All will fear and love our dark lady.
And then we can try and do stuff with the stage hand. The frightening thing with next turn is if we start going for the stage hand and then he's able to play like a Buried in Ice. And so I don't think we want to go that route. I think we want to go defensive with our stage hand and just not die next turn if it's what it comes down to. And then I'm looking here to just Wuju style Zed. Do we want to go for 2? Or for the Sky Splitter? I don't think we need to go that deep. We could follow up with that, right? So what's going to happen, we're going to hook the Frostguard Thrall with the Pioneer. We're going to assume that the Inquisitor is going into Zed. It's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then after he blocks, if he hasn't played Harsh Winds or anything, then we might be able to get the kill off the Sky Splitter. I think that's the angle. So we'll see the kind of, you know, Harsh Winds style of shenanigans roll through. That's fine. But if we just add the stagehand and he Buried in Ices, we lose the game. To where if he's responding directly now with a block and responding with a Harsh Winds, then gives us a little bit more thunder over the course of the next few turns. Give enemies -2. So there goes our lethal. That's not going to happen. I think we need to Sky Split on Zed here. I'd like to get this Dum-Dum off of the board. We can deal with the Frostguard Thrall for a while, but if he starts getting multiples of them on board, it's going to be a no-go. Could have Wuju styled through or meditated through it, but that seems kind of sketchy. Yeah. Oh, the guy's just ready to go. Interesting. So it's just not buried in ice at this point, right? I mean, if that's what it looks like, then you just slam it. And so I think we're okay in that sense. Like, I can understand to a degree trying to come in with the Frostguard Thralls, but we just have a straight up block on one of these things. It's like, does he really want to get these guys invested with the Snow Dog? So the fresh question is, can we ever win the game this turn? It's a pretty tough spot to do so. Like, my major concern here as well is, you know, we attack with the Snow Dog, he still just gets good blocks with his Frostguard Thralls. Like, I think this is a space to where we have to stagehand.
If we seek forgiveness,
And we can try and clear some of this stuff out. Again, like, I think if he had buried an ice, he would have just snapped it last turn. I mean, maybe not because he doesn't have the lethal, but it strikes me as something that we would see. Yeah. So we lose out on our Anaka, but he's only got 12 damage on board at this point. We can take a block with the Omen Hawk, and then maybe get a fresh attack next turn. Alright, Omen Hawk, show the Frostguard Thrall what it's all about. Get in there and do your thing. Sure. Goes for the Entomb and not the Flash Freeze. Makes sense. Oh yeah, because we're just dead. I was just thinking of it from a combat perspective. Yeah, but from that perspective as well. Seems pretty on point. All right, well, let's see what we can do against this Norra Evelynn. All right, that's not a start. Again, we're gonna get rid of all of this stuff. Gonna look for our unit boosters, the Snow Dogs, the Omen Hawks of the world. We are on the odd attacks, so the Snow Dogs aren't as good as they are in the other games, right? You love to attack with this on turn 2. Attacking with it on turn 4 isn't as impressive, but it's a unit. It can block. It can get in front of a Salter, and so we'll see. Just no answer to Norra is a bit of a bummer. She gonna come in? Yeah. And she got the bonus. Wow. Must feel good, huh?
Off we go. Portals everywhere.
A warrior needs a drumbeat.
All right, so we'll add in the Tusk Speaker. I'm curious what we want to do with this Darkened Spear.
Well, aren't you the cutest thingamajig I ever did see?
I think it should be safe to load up on the Tusk Speaker and send in. Like, just trying to play combat tricks here doesn't seem that special. Now we need to just get those unit boosts, see if we can't slam in with our Overwhelms. Say if you got a wall of units, okay, whatever. My dudes all have Overwhelm and don't care about your random 3/2s. Oh boy, just hit all of them, huh? Not a bad set. Ooh, let's see if he puts a dude down.
Know what rune weaving is?
So let's see, we're just gonna play both spells, right? I definitely want to get the blocker off of the board, so we need to go this direction. We'll start dropping big Omen Hawks down. I wonder, I'm curious if we want to drop the Omen Hawk here. That's pretty good. Because like we're gonna be out of combat tricks next turn. Or if we want to start dropping, potentially drop the Wuju style, but now that both of our units just died, I think we have to add the Omen Hawk so we can get the Sarion's card draw in. Drop the big boy. Here's if we made the mistake and not just letting that combat go.
I should stamp you out like the insect you are.
Tough. Tough's not bad for Evelynn as she's getting ready to face down the big crowd of elusives. Jesus fuck, dude. Are you serious? It's just like every portal goes directly to the top. I mean, this isn't a lethal attack. That's pretty fine. Like, I think he's deciding if he wants to add in Evelynn or just attack with all of these dum-dums. Man, it just like makes every single combat trick so good at this point.
I said walk.
Norra doesn't come in. This guy's ignorable. This takes us to 6. My concern with falling this low is if he has like the +2 thing and gets to hit for 4 damage again, then we just die to like literally everything. But I mean, like, what else are we gonna do with this board? I think we have to just try and get our big overwhelms in and crash through. Okay, so he didn't have the combat trick. That makes me feel a little bit better. Zed's not as good here as I would like, but he does kind of force a lot of blocking into Evelynn, sure.
Always ready to play. I ought to finish you off.
By hook or by crook,
Alright, so the
I'll
Norra
find
flips,
you,
but
dear cat.
I think he's out of portals at this point. Yep. Ooh, insanity. Oh, we got more? we're not just done yet, huh? So Gnars are interesting. He's not that good this turn, but I think he's going to be a necessity next turn in the form of Wallop. And so I think we want to add our Gnar. I mean, we're gonna be dropping Wuju styles on this turn.
Hello. Anyone want to join my party?
The other option is if he gets, you know, too clever on the round, we might find ourselves able to Wallop whatever's in front of the Sarion, Wuju style it, and get in for 10. And so then if we get in for that extra like 1 point of damage with the Sarion, we might be able to kill him with Pokey Stick. So right, see here in this space we have the 2 damage rolling through. Double check. Good. I think I'm willing to accept we just die to a... Oh no, is this one short? Hang on. 8, 10, 12. Oh, it would just be a lethal. And then if he has the tricks or whatever, like, you know, we're just kind of fucked either way. Yep.
We're playing by my rules.
That's what it is. All right, so we'll see what we draw. I mean, I think you just have to go for it there. It's such a low number of tricks that they're able to have, and he's got all this tough and shit rolling out here. I'm not certain how we're supposed to deal with that, but it was just such a... It wasn't even such a big deal that he hit so many portals. It was that he hit so many portals on the same turn and was able to chunk in like 6 or 7 damage. Like, this game here still feels very winnable if we're able to like have an extra 6 health, right? So if like we're blocking the Yordle captain, we're blocking the Evelynn, and then
Just do your best, okay?
it's fucking frustrating. All right, it is what it is. Welcome to the days with RNGesus. And so, you know, we'll have to see where we go. At 8 and 3, I'm not certain if that's enough. It feels like with the last opens, that 8 and 3s have been making their way in. I'm not certain what our win rate looked like along the way, but the 8 and 3s were getting there. And then I feel like this isn't going to be a super popular open in the sense that it doesn't have much bearing, right? You don't know what these trophies matter for in terms of the upcoming season. They don't count for anything towards Worlds, and so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people ended up skipping this one. And so we'll see if 8 and 3 is good enough. It's still a bummer to not get the 9-win mark for the guarantee, but we'll check back tomorrow at 8 a.m. January 14 and see if we made it. And so, nonetheless, in terms of this format, you know, I'm quite happy with how we got our read on it. I'm still pretty upset that, you know, it's so hard to try and come out and play these formats. If you want to ban, say, a Morgana, that's fine. You just can't play ladder. And so you go to the play in the gauntlets, and there's only, you know, one gauntlet per day that you're able to play. And it's just ultimately a super, you know, heavy point of frustration for me, is I want to, you know, get prepared for the event and I want to succeed, and I'm really limited in what I'm able to do within the game client. I know that I can go out and go to Discord and play with random people in the world, but that's, you know, outside of the scope of what you can do within the game, and it's a bit of a bummer. And so we'll see. Outside of that, you know, downer note, though, I still feel like we got a pretty good read on the format and how things played out. We played 11 rounds. I'm pretty certain that in 9 of them, we played against either Karma Sett or we played against Teemo Yuumi, which is a pretty big spike in these style of events. Like, looking at the decks we played against, I think we banned out Morgana. I know we banned Morgana twice with Seraphine. I think we had 1 Mordekaiser and then maybe 2 in terms of Elder Dragon. And so if we're looking at 11 rounds and only seeing, you know, the Morgana deck pop up 5 times, it does strike me as being weird, but I think we really nailed it with the kind of third deck thing into what are people going to bring as that third deck, right? So you have your Elder Dragon Morgana, you either bring them together in the Formidable or you bring them split. Then you have to have a third deck to play. The control deck players are going to play Karma Sett. The aggro players are going to play Teemo Yuumi. And I think that was pretty spot on across the board. And so we were, you know, prepared for it. We were ready for it. We made attempts to do the best that we could against that. I just wish that we had more time to practice against the decks that, that we were actually intending to play against. But nonetheless, good set of games. I had fun with that. Hope you did too. We'll see if we check back in tomorrow. That is going to do it. This is Bust, and we thank you for being here.